the J. Vibe blowing at the J. Got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This will be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy? What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. Well, welcome back to the motherfucking Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. New world order. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth, yours truly. The Notorious One, a.k.a. Mr. Coach Olini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy and the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
Also, I'm the man with no trabajo, the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
I am the Mitch Slapper. I'm also the founding father of the After Pill, the Morpheus of the mating matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man that has more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA, see God Allah, and I'll be the 12-time. The 12-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today. We're going to rehash the debate that I had a live stream on, but we're going to give you a different spin. And you know, I'm the speaker of truth. I am the anointed one, and I got to give you the real honest report back based on the amount of normies, oxygen thieves, and knuckle draggers that we have out here, and how the Trump-Kamala Harris debate was much like a marital argument. And the reason why I'd say that, and I put up a poll, says, have you ever been to marriage counseling? 85% of you said you have not been to marriage counseling. And I understand that. Well, I've been to marital counseling, and this debate can be summed up, certainly by the end of the debate, can be summed up simply like a marital counseling session, a marital argument, and the reasons are how people view the argument. Now, I'm going to tell you, man, marital counseling is a waste of time because one person comes in there with full of emotion, full of arguments, gaslighting, no facts, no policies. One person comes in there with the sole purpose of confusing you, disorienting you, presenting their argument with feelings only. And then one side comes in there and they say, you know what? We can clear this shit up real quick. We have a referee. The referee should be impartial. And I'm going to walk in there with the facts. I'm just going to tell it how it is and how it's supposed to be, not how it might be. I'm going to tell them based on facts how I see things. I'm going to tell them the information that I know. And the conversation should be over with an impartial judge, meaning the counselor. They should be able to look at this impartially, look at the facts, and go, hey, you're right. That person's wrong. However, when you march into a marriage counseling, that's not how it works. Many times the marriage counselor may be a female, may be a liberal-oriented male, maybe a liberal-oriented female, maybe a divorcee. You don't know who the marriage counselor is. It certainly is not probably going to be a man. It may be your church pastor. But he's probably not going to go ahead and lay the smack him down on the emotional argument. The counselor's going to take the emotional argument into consideration. And you're going to go, wait a minute. Why are we dealing with the emotional argument? We should be dealing with the facts. And so you would think that the counselor would be unbiased in this particular situation, but maybe not. So the emotional argument starts to take precedence over the facts. And then you're going, well, wait a minute, listen. At the end of the day, when I go home, we still have a facts that we haven't dealt with. Like at the end of this debate, you still had to go home and buy $10 eggs, or you still had to go home and be broke. You still had to go home and face inflation. You still had to go home with possibly a Haitian eating your kitty cat as a pet. Okay, yes. You still had to have that possibility. Like that was probably what you were going to go home to. Like you're arguing in marriage counseling and you go home and the problem still exists. You still back in reality when you get back home. But in a marriage counseling session, you got a little bit of healing and a hug, and you got, can I has hug? And she just want to be held, and she just wants to be heard, and she just wants to be understood. And then there was a hint of gaslighting. You got triggered. They made you look like a madman. They made you look crazy in the marriage counseling session. And you're like, what the fuck is going on here? This is crazy. The facts are the facts. And guess what? The other person is going, you see, he's crazy. You see how he looks? He looks like a madman. He looks insane. That's essentially how a marriage counseling session goes down. And then the counselor goes, well, you look kind of crazy. Now, let me check your facts. Let me go ahead and see what you got going on. Have you ever dealt with anger management? And you're like, what? And then she's like, can I has hug? I just want hug. She might even say things that you said, and then she'll claim she said it in the marriage counseling. So much so that you might say something like, I need to give her a MAGA hat because before counseling, she didn't say this. Now that we're in counseling, she's saying this. And she's making me look crazy because I'm like, well, that's what I said. It looks like we have no disagreement. Oh, well, since you have no disagreement, well, I don't like your tone. I don't like the way you said things. Perhaps you need anger management, right? And you're sitting there like, you didn't realize what you were walking into. And I'm just going to break it down later on in today's show. Trump didn't realize what he was walking into. He walked into a marriage counseling session. Who are the people? The people, the Americans. We are the children of this couple, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. We're the children. The moderators, they are the marriage counselor. And they allowed all of the emotional shit to go unchecked on Kamala's side. In fact, she said on the eve of 9/11, that the January 6th was the worst, absolutely terroristic event that has ever happened since the Civil War. Yet, we're sitting here on September 11th right now in memoriam of what you would say is the most horrible attack that we've ever experienced in our lifetime, but they let that shit slide. No fact check. No fact check on that. Hey, you know, tomorrow, September 11th, you might want to rethink that. No fact check. They let that shit go. Why? Because she's talking about emotions. And when you're talking about emotions, facts don't matter. Facts only matter when you're talking about facts. And so if you say a fact and it's not in fact a fact, you can get fact checked. But if you're talking from an emotional perspective and you say an emotional argument, well, that's just how she feels. She feels that that was the worst possible attack since the Civil War. So we'll let it slide. Okay, you see what I'm saying? So I'm going to show you today why, in fact, this was just like a marital counseling argument and how it was perceived. I was absolutely right. it would be perceived as Trump being a wild eye. He was the Doc Brown from Back to the Future. He was Doc Brown from the Back to the Future. So he looked crazy. If you're looking for emotions, if you're looking for someone who to win an argument, in a sense, this is why I don't do debates. All right. And I've made this particularly clear for people on YouTube. I don't do debates. And you're like, why, coach? Because of this. This is the exact reason why. The facts don't matter in a debate, especially if you want drama. If you're looking for drama, facts don't matter. Right. But if you're looking for facts, well, then the debate is going to be boring. Who cares about the facts? We want drama. We want intrigue. We want to see who got pimp slapped. We want to see who got put in check. And the reality is, if that's what you're looking for and that's what you're voting on, you're going to perceive the debate one way. So this is why I don't engage in debates on YouTube, because they're never really about the facts. They're about mudslinging and name calling and who got put in check and how you look. So if you're raging out and you're crashing out, then it looks like you lost. All right. But if you're holding your composure, you're needling with the hint of, I'm going to get under your skin. I'm going to try to trigger you. And you get triggered, well, you're the one who won, right? So we're going to review that later on in today's show. And this is a preview for you men that are not trained in feminine, as Donovan Sharp called it, womenese. For the men who are not trained in understanding women, I'm going to give you guys a lesson today. Why Kamala Harris, her absolute masterclass in gaslighting, got her the benefit of the doubt in a otherwise pretty much uncontested election. All right, on the facts, Donald Trump is the victor. But in this particular debate, Kamala Harris was able to do, for many people, the deaf, dumb, and blind, the knuckle draggers, she was able to gaslight and manipulate Donald Trump in a variety of ways, and I'm going to highlight those in today's show, and I'm going to look at the mainstream media's reaction to this said debate, just so you can see where we're going in this country, and it doesn't look good. All right. Anyway, yo, we got a great show for you today, but to contribute to today's show, $, the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link at the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel.
New world order.
All right, man. Yes, indeed. Optics are a thing, and you can win. All right, we got some earlier contributors to today's show that I need to get going here because, yeah, this is going to be a great show. Where we at? Okay. All right, JC. All right, Chicken Bob, I got that one. Rockman, he says right there. Mr. Ant the Great says, notice they only tried to fact check Trump, but hasn't fact checked Kamala on anything. Indeed, yes, indeed. And in fact, there was one thing they could have fact checked her on, and they did not. And I'm going to point that out later on today's show. But again, we're looking at the arguments. Anything she said was a I feel, so there's no fact check, right? What I'm going to do, I feel, so there's no fact checking. You can't fact check the feeling. All right, but if you say a fact and you say this happened, you can fact check it. But we're going to talk about that double team demolition, 3-man fabulous Freebird motherfucking Midnight Express tag team. What do they call it? I guess you would call it a lumberjack match or some sort of, I don't know it right there. All right, open tag team event there. Shout out to our brother, No Government Name. As a Gen Z, I have no faith in the future of the West. I know neither side cares about me. I'm just enjoying the one life that I had. Free Agent Lifestyle for life. Send the asteroids out there. These were from late last night. And he also says, since you've traveled the 49 states, would you consider Atlanta to be the black version of San Francisco due to the high concentration of Fruit Loops, a.k.a. rainbows, crimes, and corruption? San Francisco, I mean, that would be the only thing it has in common. Atlanta and San Francisco, the Duke shooters. All right, so I wouldn't say they're the same. All right, they're not the same experience at all. San Francisco's a mess. All right, Atlanta is still livable in many areas. San Francisco was not. All right, so anyway, Abel returns to Eden, says, thank you for showing the debate last night. I think Trump did Trump, and there were no surprises. People will vote for him regardless. Yes, if you were a Trumper, you got what you wanted. All right, you got what you wanted. My take is that women will not vote for her because she is a mean girl. He says women do not want a female president due to the past bad female bosses. That could be interesting. And that did not work for Hillary Clinton, although Hillary Clinton thought women would vote for her on the basis of that fact that she was a woman, and she found out the hard way that didn't happen. All right, people could not stand her. Women could not stand her, and they could see right through her, and I'm pretty sure there's some women that might think that as well. We'll get to that later on in the show. Shout out to our brother Albert Wesker, says, RIP to those who lost their lives on September 11th, 2001. Yes, indeed. Rest in peace to those, man. What a cataclysmic, crazy event that was. I'm not going to bore you with my stories of where I was on September 11th. But yeah, I remember that day vividly. It's kind of like the old people that used to say they remember the Pearl Harbor job. Well, I remember September 11th. Shout out to Cortez, says, all I saw was my ex in Kamala, master gaslighter. And to be honest and fair, you guys know that was her intention going in. We're going to talk about that later. Shout out to Juco, says, you are my favorite African-American coach.
Oh, look at my African-American
Yes.
over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, somebody said a handicap match. Yes, indeed. Shout out to my favorite African-American in the building. Joshua Moon says, had a Latina that never gives me any play. Ask me for $3 in a feminine voice. I said, nope. Pay CGA first. Oh, the beggars are out. See, that's another reality that we have. I mean, I don't care how you felt about the debate. There's still, when you go outside, women are still broke. All right, so that's the problem we have here. Shout out to the dictator, says, Trump lost? I need hugs. Oh, he didn't lose. I mean, can you say there was a winner in this debate? No, I mean, the American people are the losers here. Okay, the American people are the losers because we're just dealing with so much. What do we got here? Uh-oh. We got some brothers here on the Venmo. Shout out to our brother Kevin Sullivan, coach. Like you said, before they'll call you a conspiracy theorist, then they will call you a genius when it comes to fruition. The Don had Kamala and the Negro Nation shuffling and tap dancing, and rightly so. I mean, black folks love to talk politics. All right, right around the election, they're all experts. All right, but before that, the last 3 years, Ninjas was doing the stanky leg, the crank challenge, making chicken fried watermelon. All right, having a party. All right, but Negroes get real political. And by the way, don't say I'm the same, because I've been talking this shit all year long. All right, all year long, all the last 3 years, and even beyond that, since I've been on YouTube, I've always had this. But every time I jump on here, I'm talking about things related to this. We have a whole segment called Doom and Gloom CGA that features this. But Negroes become experts right around September and August of every political year. And of course, the media starts showing you ninjas acting like monkeys and police yanking ninjas out of cars, aka Tyreek Floyd. All right, so it's pretty much obvious to me, but a lot of y'all ninjas is deaf, dumb, and blind. All right, so but I can't even help y'all. I can't help y'all. But y'all get real. All right, wasn't doing nothing, wasn't talking no shit in 2022, but that's neither here nor there when you have us buying $10 eggs. All right, shout out to Anthony Bobo, coach. I was watching your stream about Katy Perry bragging about being able to afford a Ferrari. Could she also afford a housekeeper? Why does Orlando have to do chores? It goes to show you that it's not about chores, but about manipulation and control. Indeed, it is. All right, because how is Anthony, what is his name? Orlando Bloom? Like, what we talking about chores? Like, yeah, we got enough money to, all right, come on, bro. Oh, Westmoreland says Trump was up against 2 women and a fairy guy. Is that Ninja Tippy Toe? Yes, he was. And everybody can see clearly. And are you surprised that it was a handicap match? I mean, are you surprised? But I'm not surprised. I mean, typically marriage counseling is a handicap match. When you're going into a conversation with a woman, it's going to be lopsided. It's not going to be in your favor. The scales are going to be tipped severely against you. All right, we got a couple more brothers that I need to acknowledge here because you guys are chipping in early in the morning. All right, I saw another Cash App, but I think somebody, okay, I don't know what's going on. let me get to today's show. Let's see what we got. We're going to start off in order. We're going to go with Doom and Gloom CGA. Let's go. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by the... Let's change the banner. Doom and Gloom CGA. Hey, did you guys see this in Baltimore, Maryland? This is a really, again, one of the realities that we have is the reality. Okay. Apparently, Baltimore is struggling out there. So sad. 23 schools in Baltimore reported that they have 0 students in their school that are proficient in math at their grade level. This is per the state test results. This should not be a surprise. This has always been the case in Baltimore in the last 10 years, and doesn't really matter who you vote for. Shit, Washington, D.C. right down the street. Ninja still dumb. All right, but let's hear the report here.
Baltimore City is facing a devastating reality as the latest round of state test scores are released.
Our Project Baltimore team analyzed the results, and as Chris Papps reports, there's a shocking number of city schools where not a single student is doing math at grade level.
I see the brightness of Baltimore kids.
It's now been more than a year.
We're not living up to our potential.
Since Giovanni Patterson made national headlines by suing Baltimore City schools for failing to properly educate generations of students.
Baltimore City is facing a devastating reality as the latest round of...
Devastating reality. Now, I told you that earlier on in today's show. I don't care what happened really in the debate. You got a devastating reality once you go outside. Once all of your kids go back to school, once you go back to work, once you go back to your joblessness, your unemployment or unenjoyment, as they call it, once you go back to this recession, once you go back to the inflation, you have a devastating reality. Now, your feelings about what happened could be your feelings. That shouldn't sway you, but it will for the masses, the critical masses of people. That will sway them because they wanted to feel a certain way. A lot of people are outraged and angry at the circumstances that they've been presented, and they find it difficult to blame someone who looks vulnerable. We're going to talk about the imagery of that when we go forward, but here's a devastating reality for you in Baltimore. It gets no better. I mean, there are certainly a whole bunch of things that has been happening with this particular disenfranchised and really, really poor, genetically poor group of people here. Economically poor as well. They continue to mate at great rates, but of course they're producing not very complimentary citizens to our country. All right, other than that, Doom and Gloom CGA. This woman says, America, wake up. She says she's a single mother from Massachusetts, and she says that illegal migrants, illegal aliens from Venezuela who live in her apartment building below her have started a campaign to get her evicted. All right, again, the devastating reality is your reality, America. And of course, I'm preaching to the choir. But guys, listen, they can say what they want to say in the debate. You still got to have this reality. Let's play it.
The unthinkable has happened. The illegals have finally landed on my doorstep. And if they can land on my doorstep, they're landing on yours next. I live in a small city, 45 minutes from a big city. You know, not too much to do here. Ain't shit around. However, I'm being run out of my apartment by Venezuelan illegals.
Oh, no.
Never thought that shit would happen down here, but I'm fucking wrong. So a couple of months ago, these illegals moved in downstairs. There's about 10 of them in a 4-bedroom apartment. Literally, the living room is full of mattresses. So through getting to know them and being a considerate neighbor, they informed me that they are illegally here from Venezuela and that my landlord gets a government check to allow them to be here.
All right, so again, I mean, was this covered in the debate? No. And this is the reality. The government is sponsoring and supporting the migrants that are coming across in this border. So Donald Trump saying, hey, the migrants are coming. The migrants are coming. You know, the same talking points. And then he starts to, because people don't get it, he starts to rage out. Rage. I can't believe you guys are not voting for this. They're going to vote for this woman. She let all these people in. Well, the reality is that the people who are at the bottom of the totem pole, really the African Americans in our country, yes, the people who identified as the so-called black man and woman. All right, you guys are being tortured, psychologically tortured, into believing that the person that is responsible for this is not the person responsible. Like, you think Donald Trump's responsible for this. See, the devastating reality is this. You still got to go back to this possibility, and it's only going to get worse. And she's highlighting something that was not even really highlighted during the debate. Let's talk about it.
Now they're making bullshit ass complaints trying to get me to kick the fuck out and cause a problem between me and my landlord.
She's a piece of
I've been
work.
here 9 fucking years.
Oh, she nasty.
And never had a problem.
She a nasty
My landlord bought the house 3 years ago, and we're like this. Suddenly, I ain't shit anymore.
Oh.
Okay, first complaint. They're complaining that my son walks too heavy through the house.
He probably does.
Second complaint. They're complaining that my 8-pound dog scratches on the floor when he walks, and they don't like the sound of it.
He probably does.
Third complaint. They're complaining that I smoke cigarettes in my apartment because they claim their children in their apartment is going to be affected by my cigarette intake.
You probably do.
New
All right. So are these things that are true, or are these things they're making up? Because I think you're saying they're saying this as if they're making it up. But are these things true? Let me know. I think they're true. Let's continue.
Fourth complaint. They complain that my 84-year-old grandfather stands in the window with his shirt off.
He probably does.
New world order.
All right. And by the way, that what do you call it? That cush foot that you have that they're hearing is you. All right.
And that's you.
All right. Because you talking about your 8-year-old son and your big dog. It's probably you. All right. So let's continue.
Fifth complaint. They're complaining that they can hear me coming in and out of the back entry, so they would prefer I didn't leave the house between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m.
Where are you going between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m.? All right, where are you going, ma'am?
In these streets.
All right, sounds like these complaints are somewhat legitimate. All right, so your Section 8, it's going to be bounced. All right, but I'm trying to figure out what the real complaint is here.
Sixth complaint. They complain that they can hear me talking on my phone, and they don't like that.
All of these are true.
New world
All of these are true.
Seventh complaint.
Oh, another one.
They complain when my best friend comes over once a month because her 3-year-old daughter is running through my house.
I mean, these are all facts right now.
New world order.
So that happens. All right. Are they down there quiet with their 10 relatives in one place? What are they doing? Are they eating cats? What happened?
She's fucking 3. Keep in mind, these people have a 6 and a 5-year-old, plus a newborn. And the 4 other children that comes with their guests. Now, these people, since they have moved in, have roasted guinea pigs against the fucking house in this big roaster grill they bought, which caused black smoke to come all over my house and my siding. Not to mention, my apartment smells like roasted fucking guinea pigs at least 3 days a week.
Oh, no.
Then they allow their 5-month-old dog to be in my driveway, not my yard, my 5-car driveway, unsupervised, so that when I'm coming and going, I'm running a risk of hitting his ass and him.
Take a breath, ma'am.
Then when I open the entry door to leave my apartment building, this dog runs in the hallway all the way up to the stairs to my apartment to get to my dog, and he's shitting and pissing the entire way. On top of that, they let him shit in the driveway. So not only is my driveway got shit stains with flies all over them, but I'm now running over shit in my car, and it's getting in my fucking tires. Oh, and by the way, their kids run and play too. I just don't complain about it. All of these things they do, my landlord sees firsthand because he has video cameras, but yet he's coming down me on each and every fucking problem they have.
All right, so let me stop her right here, ma'am. I get it, man.
New world
Well,
order.
it's not like I didn't warn you in 2019. I told you you're being replaced, and the beneficiary of the better treatment is going to be where money talks. See, money talks, bullshit walks. You're probably on Section 8 or something like that. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're paying the rent. Maybe you're behind on the rent. I have no idea.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
But you certainly don't seem like, the most honest person in an apartment dwelling, it sounds like you have some issues as well. However, who's your daddy? Well, the apartment complex is making bank off of the migrants, and so they're going to host them. It's kind of like Airbnb. Airbnb, people are going to rent it. They're going to go ahead and rent it out. It sucks for the rest of the residents. So really is where the money is, and money talks, bullshit walks. Unfortunately, for people that didn't realize this, it's too late. 25 million across the border, allegedly. And now this is your reality. Again, no matter what happened in the debate, no matter what the facts were, a lot of people have to go back to the dreaded realities of this. And yes, it's encroaching on your neighborhoods, and there's nothing you can do about it except vote for the right person that might prevent this. But of course, the African Americans probably won't do that because they want to see a good fight. Doom and Gloom CGA going forward here. Taylor Swift, the long anticipated endorsement has come through as Kamala Harris basically gains ground after the debate. But Taylor Swift decided to throw a monkey wrench in the paid endorsement, alleged paid endorsement for Kamala Harris. And people have said, however Taylor votes, so goes the election. And of course, timing is everything. Taylor Swift waits to endorse Kamala Harris for the upcoming presidential election right after the debate concludes. So let me see if I can read Taylor Swift's incoherent statement about her support for Kamala Harris. Let's go ahead and read it there. Oh, man, let me see here. Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. All right, it says right here, if you haven't already, now is a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stance these candidates take on the topics that matter to you the most. Really, as a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything. False. And it says right here, everything that I can about their proposed plans and policies for the country. Recently, I was made aware that AI of me falsely endorsed Donald Trump's presidential run, and it was posted to his site. It really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of misspreading misinformation. It brought me to a conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans of this election as a voter.
New world order.
The simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walsh in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe we need a warrior to champion them. I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. See, I actually was pointing this out, but you guys are still fighting me with emotions. We're going to talk about that later. Calm and not chaos. I was heartened and impressed by her selection of a running mate at Tim Tampon Walsh, who has been standing up for LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades. Taylor Swift then goes on to say, I've done my research and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours to do, and the choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially to the first-time voters, and this is the important one right here. This is the important one. Remember, Gen Z is going to be voting in bulk, possibly, and they're going to make an impact in this next election. So the first-time voters are very important. And it says, remember that in order to vote, you have to be registered. I also find it's much easier to vote early. Wow. Wow. I'll link where to register and find early voting dates and info in my story. With love and hope, Taylor Swift, the childless cat lady. Wow.
New world
So
order.
now what do we have to understand? Anytime you get a situation where you're rocking the vote, where you're getting new voters to register, and you're a great populace of your fans, how many followers does she have just on Instagram? I would say 75 million, but maybe I'm shortchanging her. You're talking about millions and millions of Millie Mouth muskrats that are going to be first-time voters. You know, my daughter is going to be a first-time voter. She is now eligible to vote because she is now 18. She's eligible to vote in this election. So Gen Z, which were out of the running in the past election of 2020, they're now in the running. Generation Z, as we call them, Generation Zooted. And so normally when you see these campaigns to register people to vote, overwhelmingly, these are going to be Democratic voters. All right. When you talk about blacks in the South, these voter campaigns, getting people to register, knocking door to door, these register voters rock the vote in the 80s and the 90s, rock the vote, basically to get people to mobilize and make a decision. And when it's led by a person that has the ear of the deaf, dumb, and blind, like Taylor Swift does, 75 million plus allegiant allied towards her. All right. Then you see that she's driving people to do a certain thing, right? So she's already acknowledged who she's voting for, then sets up the voter drive. This is essentially what we're talking about, the captivation of young people to get them to do something in which you watched the debate. Young people did not watch the debate. All they're going to hear is Selena Gomez, Taylor Swift, or whoever else they feel are favorable towards them. Hey, Taylor Swift says she's doing it, so I'm going to do it too. And it is said that people who watch celebrities and view them as captivating people are normally ignorant. They're less likely to be a person that has a lot of intelligence. They're almost always less intelligent. So this is the thing that everybody knew would make an impact. You might not think this is important, but guys, I know Generation Z intimately in a variety of ways. I know them intimately because I am the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC. I know Gen Z intimately. I have 2 children that qualify as Gen Z. One's an adult and one's going to be an adult next year. These people are not watching CGA's opinion. They're not watching the facts. They're not watching the debate. They're not reading the headlines. They are probably watching some vlogs or some blogs. They are watching what their celebrities doing. So they're going to make an impact. In fact, let me remind you of this. The great red wave of the 2022 election, in which the Republicans were supposed to sweep the House and the Senate, did not happen. And it did not happen for one reason and one reason alone. And that was because Gen Z showed up at the voting booth, and they were not anticipated to show up. They're not listening to facts, certainly not going to listen to a 70-year-old man. And a 70-year-old man that's ranting and raving, appearingly to ranting and rave, especially in short sound bites and clips. So this is going to be a very pivotal turn point in our election. It may wear down, but if it continues to go this way, you know what you're up against. You have to acknowledge one thing about Sun Tzu and the Art of War is respect your competition. Always respect your opponent. I hear a lot of people who are like-minded, wise, doing their research and data. I can see that you don't respect your opponent and you're taking things for granted. I would not take anything for granted in this day and time.
New world.
I'm a very truthful and honest person. You guys know where I align. I align on the side of the facts. You, on the other hand, don't realize what's going on and you have no respect for the other side. This is why you end up absolutely enraged when they pull the okie doke on you, and they're gonna okie doke you right here. All right, they're gonna okie doke you. So you're not ready for the okie doke because you don't respect your opponent. Respecting your opponent is part of the art of war. When you disrespect your opponent, that's when they backhand slap you and hit you with the okie doke. So you better be watching and watching relatively close. And if you want to talk to a person in Gen Z, talk to them and see what issues matter to them. It's not the issues you're worried about. Immigration, eating cats and ducks, home ownership. These things don't matter to them. Maybe deleting your baby matters to them. And I would go far as to say is this. 70% of the voters in Gen Z are going to be women. If they're not women, they're going to be bisexual, antidepressant taking Duke shooters. All right. So that's what you have. You don't have many masculine Gen Z men mobilizing to vote. As a matter of fact, let's just take Gen Z in this situation. You do have some people that are lining up men more conservative, but are they going to vote? Are they going to go to the poll? Are they going to vote early? Probably not. You even had Kai Cenat said he don't care. And he has a largest allegiance of fans on Twitch. He said, I don't care about this stuff. That's an example of what you're up against, and that's the sad reality. So you better be prepared for just about anything. By the way, a jaw-dropping video of one Kamala Harris has come out Well, I got 2 jaw-dropping videos of Kamala Harris, and we still got some Kamala Harris later on in today's show. There's a video out that I played last night of Willie Brown, the then San Francisco mayor, hitting the dance floor with a lot of flatbacks. He was a whole menace out there, and he was out there in these streets. But I want to play this goddamn clip right here.
In these streets.
All right, play this clip. Look at Willie Brown. As you guys know, Willie Brown is the sugar daddy of Kamala Harris.
Get him, daddy.
AKA, he was the albatross around Kamala Harris's neck when she was running for Senate. He was the problem that she couldn't get rid of. All right, because he was deep into the deep state of the California mafia, as I call it. And that's an even further story. But her allegiance to Willie Brown and her sugar baby relationship to Willie Brown, literally, she cannot run away from it. All right. And she even said she can't run away from it. But, you know, heels up, knees down, Harris. She could not run away from it. But let's see this clip right here.
His flamboyant lifestyle, flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Are you his daughter?
Oh, no. Fine women, they say. This is a report from 1995. It says right here, this is the profile report on Willie Brown. His shiny clothes. I mean, he's basically the vision of a ninja, you know, a uppity Negro that done went and made it. He done got him a nice car and some fine hoes from the Fixers Buying LLC. Fine women, you say. Who would that be right there, huh? Who would that be? The albatross.
Do not come.
Oh, my goodness, ma'am. And boy, look at that luscious Indian hair. I mean, that is a beautiful Indian woman right there. All right, what is it? Is that your daughter? The reporter asked. The reporter asked, are you the daughter of Willie Brown? Oh, boy. Oh, I don't think she's the daughter.
And that's you.
All right, Willie Brown, the problem out here. All right, are you the daughter of Willie Brown? Let's see what she says.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. Woo, she bad, man. I'm going to tell you, I would have folded her ass up like a love letter from the 2nd grade. Not the current version of her. She didn't hit the wall. All right, but I would take this down. I would take this down. All right, look at Willie Brown. He just sitting over there, and she over there, a piece of arm candy. No, I'm not. I'm going to be president of the United States. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to suck my way to the top. All right, yes, indeed. It starts with the knees.
In these streets.
And then the heels. Okay, all right.
Do not come.
Oh, man.
Do not come.
All right, I got you, baby. I got you. All right, man, you're not. Oh, man, look at him. He riding a 911.
And fast cars.
He got women, hoes. He out here leaning. All right, he out there pimping like our brother down in San Francisco, the legendary pimp, Ilmo Slim. He had that game out there. He had that game. All right, conspiracy theory abound. They're saying Kamala Harris, a conspiracy is going around. Well, you know what that means. There possibly was an earpiece. All right, they're saying that there's a Cartier diamond or a Tiffany diamond, Tiffany pearl. Somebody's clutching their pearls. All right, they're saying there possibly might have been. Conspiracy theory is saying there's an earpiece involved. I'm not going to get into it yet, but anything is possible.
New world order.
All right, man. Wow, what an interesting and evil world we live in. That's Doom and Gloom CGA. All right, man, what a world. America. Well, United States of America, all right? The United States of America. We got 2,000 people in here. Get me to 1,000 likes for the best entertainment here on YouTube. We still have more about the debate coming up towards the end of the show. We're going to do our regularly scheduled show. But shout out to our brother here, Rick from H-Town, watching the 3v1 last night against Trump. Had me triggered. Felt like I was back in family court, where it was the attorney and judge against the father. There's a man with some experience. And we're telling you guys, a lot of you guys just believe that we live in a world where the truth matters. You live in a world where the truth matters. The rest of the world does not. All right. Especially when you go to marriage counseling and family court, you're getting tag team. I mean, they hitting you with chairs, trash cans, ladders. Even Chris Rock talked about it. You're in there for them to extract income and resources from you. You're not there for the truth. Anybody that's ever been in the family court proceeding, it's like the debate. You're not there for the truth. Any debate. I see people debating all the time on YouTube. Nobody's there for the truth. And even men, when men debate each other, much of the scuttlebutt after debate is what do they call it? I guess they say, I normally see YouTubers title the video of this. I can't remember what word that they use there, but it's a common word. They'll say Destiny flamed whoever, Andrew Wilson. All right. And that would be the sentiment that this person flamed the other one. Right. So it was not about the truth in the end. It was about making the other person look bad. And that's what we had in this debate. And that's how most people are going to take the debate. They're not going to take it based on facts. They're taking it based on the optics. That's it. And the optics, yeah, exposed. Yeah, there you go right there. Exposed is the word. This person exposed that person. This person cooked that person. Nobody says, well, this person was very truthful. This person had some truthful things. It's never interpreted that way. Destroyed, cooked, owned. Yeah, these words are what's used. Shout out to no government name DL. Peace to you, CGA. Money mindset for life. Shout out to the money mindset. For life. Coach gang for life. Here's some info for the masses. Lindsay Davis, the woman moderator, is Kamala's soror sister. They both are Alpha Kappa Alpha. This is, at the very least, a massive conflict of interest. Peace, coach. And I did not know that. Thank you for making me aware of that. And as you can see, she was the first person to fact check Donald Trump. And as you realize, conspiracy, conspiracy. That would be a conflict of interest, of course. Do people care about that detail? Maybe Ricky Smiley does. But yeah, there is some collusion going on, potentially. Blue Baggin says, I've been fretting and fussing, having a downright conundrum, trying to decide whom to vote for. This Taylor Swift endorsement has made up my mind. Black men for Kamala. Shout out to the black men for Kamala. Any black men for Kamala? Press 1 if you're a black man for Kamala Harris. All right, I'm still calling her Kamala. All right, so I don't care what y'all say. Shout out to our brother No Government Name says, you're right, CGA. As a Gen Z military vet, I personally don't see a reason to vote knowing that the oxygen thieves and losers in my generation who want work-life balance outnumber me. We're outnumbered by the weaklings. We're outnumbered by the weaklings. I mean, we really are. All right. The weaklings outnumber the strong in our country today. And by the way, this has been a rapid race to get the weaklings to outnumber the strong. But that's where we are today. And give it about maybe 2 more elections. I mean, we will be really, really weak, especially with work-life balance and Gen Z. All right, shout out to the Gen Z out here. Don't take it personal. Shout out to Boxer 686P. My base Gen Z son actually did watch the debate, but it is because they gave it as extra credit assignment for his high school social study class. I'm actually surprised that the school is encouraging at least some level of free thinking on social issues. Shout out to the high school teacher that linked them in to get to the debate. I guess, he watched it. But are you hearing me or are you listening? Okay, we got Straggle and Sniggle coming up, but we still have a couple more chats that I need to get through. Shout out to our brother, Cash App. Let me check the Cash App. Somebody sent chats in last night, and I just got notification. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if the notifications came in late. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what's going on. Gen Z. Gen Z, man. Shout out to Gen Z. But Gen X, we used to be Gen Z. Gen X had a big... Gen X got Bill Clinton voted in. So there's that. That was a lot of Gen X rocking the vote. I need to acknowledge everybody on PayPal, so bear with me. Shout out to our brother, Pro Man. When Trump told Harris not to interrupt him and he referenced her from her Pence debate, it looked to me like she started leaking. She did. She's always around soy boys for a while, and that alpha energy hit her hard. She likes it. She likes to get dominated. All right, shout out to Kamala.
Do not come.
Yeah, she did. She liked it, and she smiled. And you see her, she put her hand to her. She was like, oh, really? Oh, really? All right, and a lot of people are voting for Trump because of the masculinity, right? And I'm going to ask you a question. You can answer this question. Is that fair? for men to vote for Trump based on masculinity, because the reason I ask that is because we call people who voting for Kamala because she's a black woman, we call that not fair. We call that uninformed. But we also have a lot of men saying we want the masculinity in the office. I mean, you can ask yourself that. This is a rhetorical question. I don't have an opinion either way. I mean, I do have an opinion, but that's neither here nor there. KT King, good morning, CGA. There's an emphasis on discontent from all women representing a black American man's leadership. CGA, please consider this as a future live stream main event topic or as a topic before the main event. Well, I don't really talk specifically about topics about black women. All right, have you noticed that? Like, I don't be like, hey, black women resent black men. Now, I'll throw it in the stream, but I will never title something like that because I'm not trying to rage bait black women. Everybody knows their maturity is at a very, very low level. So I'm not trying to rage bait them. And I'm not going to put that on the thumbnail. I've never done that. I don't think I've ever done a topic where it's like black women and black men. I don't do that. But I will talk about it in the middle of the show. I will talk about it, but I'm not going to make it a topic. All right, just so you guys know. That's one of the things that I don't do. And I've never, if I've done it, it may be a one here or there. But I never leave my platform to try to go into on black women and what they deal with. All right, so anyway. Shout out to our brother here. Steven says, I know Cammie supports the Alphabet Mafia, so I wasn't surprised when she tried to gay shame Trump by saying he wrote love letters to Kim Jong-un. Strag activities. Yes, indeed, man. Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. She tried to do that, but of course, she supports the LGBT community, but I'm interested why that did not come up during the debate. Also, one issue that didn't come up during the debate that I am absolutely flabbergasted. I want to see if you know what it is. Kaylin says, what's up, coach? A marital argument is what I would best describe the debate as last night. ABC's moderators were bound to make Trump look bad. They were trying to. Kamala didn't say anything truly profound and gave no true plans for the economy, or dare I say even early terminations of pregnancy. And of course, Taylor Swift had to announce she's supporting Kamala. I'm not surprised one bit, and I'm not either. That's why this doesn't trigger me. Like, I've been through several elections. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to the old heads here. This is now, as an adult, I want to always say 8. Maybe I'm wrong. Bill Clinton, 1 and 2. Then George W. Bush, 1 and 2. So that's 4. Then I went through Obama. That's 6. Then Trump, Clinton, 7. Then Trump, Biden, 8. This is now my 9th election as an adult. This is my 9th election. I've seen enough to know what the fuck's going on. So this doesn't trigger me. All right. I know what's going on. I know right up until the debate, niggas gonna start getting beat. SARS, niggas gonna come out, COVID. I mean, they gonna unleash the viruses. Niggas gonna be getting dragged and highlighted on the news, getting beat by police. I know the playbook at this particular point. I'm not surprised. Reparations gonna come up, abortion gonna come up. Shit that they can't do is gonna be the main event topic, and they can't do shit about it. All right, so I pretty much figured it out. Like, I'm not surprised at any of this shit. This is why I can talk to you about it. Most of you guys ain't been through 3 or 4 elections in your adult life. And I also knew Dewey versus Truman and fucking Eisenhower and JFK versus Richard Nixon. All right, so anyway. Right? Reagan versus Bush. Reagan versus Bush? No, I wasn't an adult, but I've been alive. I've been alive for many other elections prior to that. I mean, I think Gerald Ford was elected when I was, or was the president when I was born. So I've been, they're going to sacrifice a ninja. Well, Pookie Tyreek Floyd is the Negro sacrifice. He's the Negro sacrifice. I mean, they like to have killed this ninja right away. All right, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, I've seen it all. There's nothing else. Yeah, Tyreek playing the victim. They're parading him around. He's the now new saint of the NFL. Nobody wants to touch him. Hands off. You know what I mean? It's just a shit show. I mean, America's a shit show. Very predictable at this point. So nothing surprising me. It's going par for the course. And shout out to Boxer with the co-sponsorship. Boxer with the co-sponsorship. Talking about his Gen Z son.
I'm rich, bitch.
Now, I mean, I seen it all. I seen it all, been it all. I mean, like, none of this shit surprises me, but a lot of people get raging and triggered about it. Like, this is new. None of this shit is new, bruh. This is the same old political playbook. Same old political playbook, same old media, same old gaslighting, the deaf, dumb, and blind. But good luck out there. Good luck out there. All right, most of these people, what they're saying, Trump and what's his name? Harris, they can't do anything they're talking about, specifically Harris. She can't do anything about abortion. There's nothing she could do. So her running on that is an absolute farce. But of course, you're going to fall for it as if that's going to be a right. Oh, we are women's rights. She can't do shit about it. It's going to get rejected. She don't have the Congress or the Supreme Court. I mean, I've been saying that for years. And not only that, the student loans got y'all last time, and y'all fell for the okie doke. I mean, you know, ignorant people will do ignorant shit. I told you they couldn't do nothing about the student loan. I was like, they can't do nothing about that. Even Nancy Pelosi says Joe Biden can't do anything about that. I mean, come on, bro. Shout out to y'all and Sizzo. After last night's debacle, I think we all noticed Trump wanted to desperately Reverend X her. So on behalf of Donald Trump, play Reverend X for Kamala in the clown show. Where we at? I should have Reverend X'd her last night.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
Hey, what is the voting turnout typically for men and women? Go ahead and put that in the chat just so you guys know what you're up against as men, because you talk a lot of shit. You men talk all that shit. All right. But guess what? When it comes down to the election, y'all need to just disappear. And it's mostly male voters that say things, or males. It's mostly males that say, well, voting doesn't matter. And y'all get your cock clean come election time. All right. Now, we're going to break it down. Some states don't matter at all. So you're right. Like in California, it don't matter. If you're voting red, shit ain't going to happen. They got that shit on lock. All right. But in many of these other states, it certainly does matter. Let's continue. Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle. Okay, let's go. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. What do we got up here? First item up for bid. What city is this, y'all? All right, let's take a look at what's going on. We got a city up here. We got to explain this. Instead of voting, this is what black men are doing right here. Apparently, they having a pitch in on a party. These ninjas is upstate. Oh, my goodness, ninjas. Oh, the humanity. What is this shit right here, ninja? And where is this at? And look at the crowd full of women. Are these male strippers? What is this shit? Look at all these women. Some of y'all, what is this filmed in? 1995? This is definitely the 2000s with them baggy-ass clothes. Look at this shit, and look at that. Yo mama probably in these stands. What city is this, man? Look at all these strags in the stand. All right, future Kamala Harris voters, future single mothers, future we need to protect women's rights. All right, well, look at what they doing right now. They in these streets. Oh, my Lord. Some of y'all mamas is in here watching these niggas dancing on stage with their shirts off in baggy pants. Is that Cisco? Who the hell is that? All right, what is going on right here, man? Goodness.
What the hell?
Oh, my goodness.
God, no way.
All right, look at him swiveling his hips, and he got his shirt off. Look at these young bucks out here. And who is that? Who mama is that? That's a Puerto Rican with that signed ponytail right there. That's somebody's Puerto Rican mama right there. And she putting money in this G-string? Oh, my goodness. What is she doing? Oh, wait. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. What in the hell? All right. What city is that? All right. Where they do that at? And who mamas in there? Look at all they mamas in there. Ain't no wigs and weaves in there. There's a whole bunch of pressing curls up in that mother sucker. All right. It's a whole bunch of short ponytails and bobs in that mug. All right. That's back in the day. Could be some studs up in that mug. Look at all these big backs and fat backs back in there. I do see a couple of weave ponytails. All right. What is this shit, bro? Like, this crazy, man. Shout out to Super Ray. Super Ray is in the building. All right. Okay. Let's see. We're going to get the city here. We're going to get the city. What year, please? This is certainly 2000. I could tell by the baggy pants. So this is the 2000s.
Yeah, niggas ain't think we was going to find this video. Niggas need the answer. Detroit, come on.
Detroit.
What's going on up in here?
Oh, my.
That boy gyrating like a what the fuck? When the fuck did this start and when did it stop?
Oh, no.
I know a nigga back in the day used to do some stripping. Yeah. Hey, it was hard out here. Niggas was in that struggle. Some of my stripper niggas rich now. Y'all don't even remember stripper niggas. That was different. I'm talking about it was a club full of pussy.
Oh,
they in
my.
there paying. I'm sitting up in the audience saying, what the fuck going on?
Look at all the hoes in there. And these women be calling y'all out here. These men only want one thing, and they was in there the whole time. They was in there the whole time watching ninjas stripping in Detroit. In that little ass funky ass room. That looked like a church basement to me. I know a church basement when I see one. That's probably a church basement. All right, here we go right here. Straggle Sniggle Theater. We're going back to what city is this? All right, we got a car. We got a car right here driving, and apparently there is, oh no, is that an air conditioning unit in the car window? Oh, well, what city is that?
What the hell? Oh my God. No way.
Oh, no. Oh, and look at this ninja right here. Wow. What is that? Gold teeth?
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
That is gold teeth. Oh, you know what city this is, sir. All right. I mean, guess the city, man. This should have been the segment. Guess the city. Is that an air conditioning unit hooked up in the car? Is that a Fruit of the Looms tank top? Yes, it is. Oh, my. All right. Memphis, Tennessee. I should have known. It is Memphis. Memphis again, man. I tell you, brothers, Memphis never fails to disappoint, man. Oh, no. All right, look at that, man. Hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, shout out to his innovativeness. Yeah, where is this plugged in? Where's this plugged in? All right, this is a joke. Okay, I got to hear the video because this actually sets us off. All right, that could have been any of these. Wow, only in Memphis.
Ain't no fucking way.
See that? Only in Memphis, bro. You see that type of crap.
Oh, my. Is that a Nissan Altima, too? It's an Altima.
Damn, why you got the AC up in the window like that?
So what? Are you got an air conditioner unit in there, John? Yeah, man. I'm throwing snowballs in this bitch.
In this bitch. All right, shout out. That's what he said, throw some D's on that bitch. All right, damn, man. Shout out to Memphis, brother. And shout out to this brother right here. A very innovative way to make sure your air conditioner is lit in the summer.
Oh, man. I got to check that joint out, bro.
Too hot. All right. It's too hot. Yes, indeed. In the summer, I can understand. Hey, man, look, desperate times, desperate measures. All right. Memphis in here. Detroit and Memphis catching L's left and right. All right. What do we got here? Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Something we talked about earlier this week. Starving ninjas. All right. Starving ninjas.
Yeah, that brother starving.
All right. And so I encouraged you guys to not do something illegal. But I said, if you really want to understand the plight of women on a dating app, make a dating app as a woman. In fact, make a dating app as a woman that is subpar. A woman that you think shouldn't get any matches. What you're going to find is that woman is still highly in demand. Now, she's only in demand for sex, but there's going to be a high demand for sex. So another Coach Gang member, we're going to have to do a social experiment. Maybe I'll do one. We'll do it all together. But a guy made a dating app. He says this. He says, I made a fake Hinge as a super pog. It says this guy was down baddest the most. I felt low-key bad. All right, so here is the conversation to be had here. Shout out to our brother who did this. All right, shout out to the Big Cheese. We're going to do this social experiment, and I guarantee you it's going to get stolen by a content creator. But a guy made a dating app, and it says this person came in there hardcore. It says, first of all, I think you're very gorgeous and very hot. Tell me, though, how would you have me service you? I would honestly love the opportunity. And there's no response. So he came back. What are you up to tonight? I'm out of work here in about 20 minutes. So he's at work and he's worried about this woman. Then the last one, it says, straight up, what do I have to do to be face deep in your amazing, huge naturals? All right. So, yep, he's starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving. Yes, sir, brother.
Okay. Let's take a look at said woman. Oh, my. There she is. So there it is. I mean, guys, this is a lot of guys on our show will say, Coach, they lying. Nope, nobody wants them. Coach, they lying. And I'm telling you, they're not. There are some starving ninjas out here on the internet.
That brother's starving.
Now, that is a super red freckled pog. So ninjas would ski on them titties. I mean, I'm just telling you, ninjas going to ski on them titties. But, of course, he's starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, a pog supreme, a porcelain princess pog. All right, a freckle pog. I mean, ninjas is going crazy. All right, this is a ninja dream right here. This is a ninja dream. So there you go right there. That woman was able to command at least that much attention on a dating app. The ninja was going, of course, it's a black man. I think that's a black man. Yeah, of course, that's a black man. You know the ninja's going to be on here starving. It is what it is. The thick time. He want to be face deep in them, what did he call them? Amazing, huge naturals. Right there she is right there. There she goes right there. Uh-huh. You know she a single mama. I'm going to tell you that right there. She definitely a single mama.
Big back, big back, big back, big back.
All right, shout out to the nasty boys out here.
That's nasty.
We know the nasty boy is going to be operating, and that woman will always have ninjas if she lives in the South. Always. All right, what do we got here? Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have Andrew Tate Light. This guy says, my roommate's job is crazy. Let's listen to this video.
Our roommate's job's kind of crazy. So when you subscribe to a girl's content, I guess, this is who you're actually talking to.
Content, correct, yeah.
How are you responding today, buddy?
Oh, baby, I'm good. How you doing? I wish this was us right now, baby. Oh, God, me too. Oh, wow, this is just really romantic. God, it's really getting me in the mood, guys.
This is who you're actually talking to. So you sickos who are actually subscribing to this, get a grip. Get a grip. Our roommate's job's kind of crazy.
All right, so this is to be a perfect indicator of what Chad Light looks like. This is a Chad Light. All right, so this is Chad Light for sure. But he's saying y'all down bad out here. When you subscribe to OnlyFans and you're talking, and there's a girl in the back. You see there's a girl in the back. Let me see if I can find that. There she is right there. So there's a female back there. And judging from her look, she looks like she possibly might have an OnlyFans. All right, so you do have a lot of girls that do have OnlyFans, and they go 50-50 or 60-40 with a manager. All they have to do is provide the content. So there's a girl back there. He's probably using her OnlyFans. All right, logged in. But when you're having a conversation, Andrew Tate even admitted to this. If you want me to play the clip, I will play the clip. He admitted to this. And he said, yeah, I'm the one having seductive sexual conversations with other men on the behalf of another woman. All right. And you guys called that big pimping. All right. You guys called that big pimping. And I was just flabbergasted and floored. I was like, I can't go for that. Oh, no. No can do. I can't go for that. No. No can do. All right. And so here we go right there. She looks like the type of woman that would have an OnlyFans. I mean, believe it or not, peroxide blonde hair. All right, so there is the guy right there. That's who you're talking to. Hey, love, what do you want me to do? I want those amazing big naturals in my face. Motorboating. You're talking to a whole ninja. All right, you're talking to a whole male. Wow.
Correct, yeah. How are you responding today, buddy?
There you go. You talking to a whole ninja. That's the same thing on dating apps. You're talking to multiple females at once, meaning that you're talking to her and her friends and her sister. Realize they're seeing that conversation.
Oh, baby, I'm good.
Look at that. Oh, bite my lip hard, X. How area? I think that meant how are you anyways. All right, and there he is with a whole screen. Oh, my goodness. Y'all ninjas is down bad, bro.
How you doing? I wish this was us.
And there he is. That's who you talking to right there. Hey, baby. Hi, honey cakes. Hi, amazing big naturals. Man, you men are whack. Men are whack out here. Last one, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. This should be on Rachel Riz, but we're going to let it go for today. Mom really loves her son. Things we do for kids. Take a look at this right here. This is allegedly someone's Ring doorbell camera. And this is definitely in a trailer park. I'm going to tell you, definitely in a trailer park right here. And this woman's going to go from one trailer to the next to try to set her son up with the other trailer mate's daughter. But as you can see, mom had to do a little bit of something strange to get her son with that man's daughter. Let's play the video here. And yes, I told you y'all mamas is out here doing something. Let's play the video.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
Nothing. So, don't you have a daughter that's like 16 or 17?
Yeah. What's up?
Okay, well, my son has a dance that he's got to go to.
Don't you got a husband?
Yeah. No. Anyway, this isn't about us.
You're trying to come over here and ask my daughter out for your son?
Yeah. He's always had a crush on her. Because he sees her walking and stuff.
Is he a little slow?
No, he's not. He's normal. He's really shy and he's too scared to ask anybody. She's a sweet girl, and she seems like she seems
I need to
normal.
meet your son before she even goes out with
Well, that's fine. I can have him come down here. I mean, he's at the house right now. He's got a friend over. He's there playing video games.
Trying to get with me, and I'm trying to holler at you. So.
Oh no. Okay. Oh. Okay. So the dad took it another way. Oh, I think you trying to holler at me. This is an excuse for you to come over here and holler at me. Oh, rate is Riz. Okay, let's see if the mother bites. All right.
Well, we've already done this back and forth, but this is really about my son, though.
No,
it really is.
We ain't done nothing this week. Come on in if you want to hang out.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, I can come in and hang out, but this is about him, though, right now.
Well, I'm just trying to holler at you now. I mean, God don't deliver women to my door, all the time. So I'm like, yeah.
I've helped you out.
You need to go freshen up before you come over.
I'm clean. I just took a shower.
Oh.
There's barbecue in there.
Oh, my. Love connection. Okay, so maybe he was right. He did sense that she was over there for him, not for the son to get the daughter. And he said, why don't you come on in? Hey, God don't deliver beautiful women. Oh, my God. Beautiful? All right, trailer park trash. God don't deliver beautiful women to my door, so you want to come on in? He said, you need to go wipe your pussy down? You need to go wipe it with a wet wipe? You need to go wipe down? Because I'm about to beat the stank out of that butt piece leave. All right, we're going to wipe down. She said, I just got out the shower. He asked about a husband, and she said, yeah, no. All right. Wow. She said, I clean. I just took a shower. I think he about to eat that cat.
Come on in.
All right, boy, that didn't take much coaxing. I think she was over there. I think she's married. And she about to drop that neck.
There's barbecue in there.
On the next door neighbor. How many teeth do you think are involved in this entire transaction? Not many teeth in this video right here. And she there. She in there. Rate the Riz.
In these streets.
And there's my daughter right there.
There's my daughter.
If you trying to pimp her out, it'll be $100.
$100? $100? He about to pay her $100? Oh, Lord Jesus Christ.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it.
Wowzers.
When I start selling pussy,
Moms is out here.
I don't want to hear nobody say shit. When you see me on the corner, bitch, mind your business.
All right, he said, hey, we can do something about this if you want. We can handle the real business at hand. And there's the daughter, the high school daughter. He about to hear that. She about to hear that trailer knocking. That trailer about to be knocking, bruh. All right, the daughter going to be hearing all of that. Slop-a-lop, peace leave boiling.
There's barbecue in there.
All right next door. The daughter going to be like, Dad banging another girl from the bar. All right, man, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Damn, Crystal Metheny was busy out here. All right, coming up next, Crime and Law CGA. A young man is lured to his death with the sweet, sweet, sweet nectar of peace leave behind it. Yes, and Pookie is behind it as well. We have Meagan Good paying all the bills for one Jonathan Major, including $75,000 in child support. We got to get the number right. Then the main event, the masterclass in the gaslighting of the debate. The marital counseling right there. 82% of people have never been to marital counseling. So we're going to break down what that debate was for men and what it was for women. But let me get to the earlier contributors. Again, back to today's show. Shout out to the Yob Mob and Sizzo in the building here. All right. Trying to get a son a date. She had to go out there and drop that neck on the next door neighbor. Shout out to our brother Rusted Junk with the co-sponsorship. He says, CGA, good morning. That thumbnail for this morning stream is fire. Fellas, if you have not already, join The money mindset. If you procrastinate, you're leaving real money on the table. I am also recovering from a headache last night because of the Kamala's nasally voice. Free agent lifestyle for life. All right. We called it her begging and pleading voice. She was actually pleading an emotional plea. But join the money mindset. Link is going to be in the live chat. All right, for sure. We're going to get that going on. Shout out to you and thank you for the co-sponsorship right there. You know, can't get away from women entirely, especially if we get Kamala as a leading candidate for the presidency. We got our brother Covey Killer. Is that what her name is? He says, Ghetto Queen forgot to mention the constant chirp from the smoke detector Venezuelans can hear. She can't hear due to the fact the weave glue is getting stuck in her earways, and something else might have been stuck in her earways, allegedly. It's a conspiracy theories, by the way. It's a Donna Brazile level, Hillary Clinton level conspiracy theory going around here. And he says, here is some money for a new 9-volt battery for my favorite chirps. All right, the ladies need the 9-volt battery. Is your smoke detector going off today? 9-volt battery. All right, go ahead and change that. That means you need to change your smoke detector. All right, if your smoke detector going off, then your intelligence level is low. Shout out to our brother here, and it is Arthur. He says, hey, coach, it is funny how a lot of people don't understand how the presidential election works. The president and vice president are not elected directly by the citizens. Instead, they're chosen through the electoral college process. The process of using electors came from the Constitution. It was a compromise between a popular vote by the citizen and a vote in Congress, and that's the truth. I mean, because we cannot have a popular vote determine the president, even though certain presidents have won the election without the popular vote. And some people have won the election without the popular vote, if I said that right. So if somebody had the popular vote and lost, some people had the popular vote and won. Now, the reason why we cannot have the popular vote be the only vote is because in cases of what we're dealing with now, if you have an offset, like a 60-40 representation in voting between men and women, that would give women too much power. Similarly, if you had an offset vote to where the majority of people that vote were wealthy landowners and the people in poverty had less representation in the vote, that would give too much favor to the wealth and the landowners. You see what I mean? Well, today we have the opposite. We have dumb, poor, ignorant people voting with no skin in the game. They outnumber the people who are probably smart and intelligent and landowners. You have non-taxpayer, non-landowner, dumb, ignorant, and people addicted to the social services, mentally unstable, and probably do a whole bunch of bullshit. They are outnumbering the amount of people who are voting on things that matter, like taxes and neighborhoods and communities and roads and bridges and migrants. Like the dumb are the poor people are outvoting the people that. So now that's why you need the electoral college, right? And it would also give an unfavorable advantage to high populated areas. High populated areas, if you just use the popular vote, well, people that live in cities that are over 1 million plus would outvote the rural people, right? Because there's less rural people than they are. So people are flocking to the cities still. Some people are leaving the cities. So who would that give a unfavorable advantage to? It would give the advantage to people who live in cities. So they would automatically determine every election if it was based on the popular vote. In fact, if you look at any map, the rural areas are, their area map is spread out. It would look like they voted in more states. They won more states. But the Democrats win 12 states and win the election. Why? Because the high populated areas, they vote in a lot more than the rural areas. They just simply outpopulate them. So it gives the Democrats a favorable advantage in any election because they just target the states with the high electoral votes and the high dense populations. All right. So you're more likely to be wanting social services in these areas. And you're in a high dense population. You have more voters. I mean, so you need the electoral college in a sense. And of course, the Democrats want to get rid of it because they are seeing that they're slipping away. That power, that leverage is slipping away. All right. So it's a lot going on there. There's There's really only 5 or 6 states that really matter in this election. And so, yeah, when you get down to that, it's really hard to understand. If you guys can name the states that really matter in this election, yeah. I mean, it really only is 6 states. I want to say 6 or 7. Name those states so you can inform the people. These are the ones, and especially when you hear issues being constantly talked about, these are the states that matter. All right, anyway, do your due diligence. Shout out to James Davis. I don't know who's president. I'm stacking my chips. He says, I don't know who's president. He says, I'm stacking my chips anyway. Either way. Indeed. Preston says, notice how Kamala never answered questions with a direct yes or no answer, not getting my vote. Well, that's by strategy for sure. All right, strategy. Very strategic. By the way, California don't matter. I mean, that's a wrap. It's already locked. The Democrats got that shit locked. I don't care if y'all outvote the Democrats. California is a wrap. All right, those 54 electoral votes are going to the Democrats, and everybody knows it. All right, so that's not even a touch point. Let's see here. And I lived in California for many years, almost 30-something years. Let's see here. We got a couple of the brothers here. Stanley says, hey, Coach, I stumbled upon your From Hardwood to Homeless trailer, and I would love to watch the whole video. I can't find it anywhere. How can I watch it? I don't know. I have to see where it is. Because I think I probably took it down. All right, and shout out to Macaroni Tony. R.I.P. to the soul funk legend, Frankie Beverly. My joy and pain. Shout out to you. He says, before I let go. Shout out to you. I don't know. Oh, I guess that's a song. He says right here, Cookout Classics. Yeah, you're showing your age. Frankly, Beverly and Maze were old to me already when I was young. So you already know what time it is there. Shout out to our Joy and Pain, Mr. Joy and Pain, Frankie Beverly. Rest in peace. All right, no Jazz Fest this month. And Age of Machine says debate was exactly as you said. I've been to the family court, went through the BS and the gaslighting. Imagine my surprise when I see my judge's mugshot in the paper being sent to jail accused of domestic violation. I left my ex when she threatened to accuse me of domestic violation. Left cold turkey and went zero contact. Shout out to you, man, because, yeah, the judges be gaslighting. The judges will gaslight you. All right, in the courts. Let's get to it here. Crime and Law CGA. I'll get to the other brothers here in a minute. Crime and Law CGA. Protect your neck out here, gentlemen. All right, protect your neck. We got a story here. A man from Bedford found in the trunk of a burning car in East Texas. How did that happen? Let's take you to the story right here.
3 people, including a teenage minor, are charged with
Well, it's on chipmunk mode, but I'll slow it down for you. How many people?
3 people, including a teenage minor, are charged with capital murder.
Police say they lured a young man from Bedford to East Texas in order to rob him. His body was found in the trunk of a vehicle. Fox 4's Peyton Yeager spoke with the victim's family members and joins us now live. Peyton.
Steve and Heather, I spoke with Cameron Anderson's mother on the phone today. She is not ready to speak publicly, and she's still grieving the loss of her son. But she believes that her son went out to East Texas to meet up with a girl. That's where investigators say 3 people were waiting to rob him. Cameron Anderson's mother tells Fox 4 her son left this Bedford apartment complex on the evening of August 31st, and that was the last time she would ever see him. Hours later, on September 1st, the 20-year-old's body was found in the trunk of his burned vehicle more than 150 miles away in East Texas. An autopsy revealed Anderson had 2 fatal gunshot wounds. The 20-year-old graduated from Trinity High School in Euless and then enrolled in Blinn College. He moved back to Bedford, where his family lives. 3 people are now charged with Anderson's murder. 18-year-old Nathaniel Hall, Hall's girlfriend, 21-year-old Jasmine Williams, and an unnamed 16-year-old.
All right, let's stop right there. All right, so Pookie, death by simp. All right, so these are definitely weed smokers and bowl tokers and Definitely on some drugs. But of course, we got Pookie, 18 years old, throws his life away for 2 strags. And of course, he's a young man dating an older woman. Coach, I get older women all the time. I used to go older women when I was younger. But check out the older woman. I know 18 and 21, that seems like a big age gap when you're young. All right, but there we go right there. And of course, a minor. They didn't picture the minor, so I don't even know if how the minor was involved. But there was definitely some entrapment, and that led the 20-year-old man to drive 150 miles. 150. All right, but Tyreek Floyd. All right, so 150 miles for some punani. Ninja. I always tell y'all ninjas, there is no such thing as free pussy, but you guys are still debating me. Ninja, you could have drove, where is he at? Blinn College? You could have drove to Harry Hines and got your meat fixed. And it would have cost you $80. Ninja, you paid more in gas to go get shot and killed than you did for a rub and tug. All right, from a ling-ling at a massage clinic. You could have went to a massage clinic, but you drove 180 miles in gas up and didn't even make it back, all for some... Lord have mercy.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
You could have went to Harry Hines, Ninja, and got your meat fixed. All right, I mean, you could have went somewhere. Where did the Dallas Cowboy owners, Jerry Jones, go? Is that Harry Hines? Yeah, he could have jerked off. He could have done something. But, dude, I always tell you, bro, you're going to pay. And sometimes you pay with your life. Fucking around out here. All right? Come on, bro. Jesus.
On August 31st, investigators say Anderson was texting Jasmine Williams, who was using Hall's phone the entire drive east from Bed.
Somebody said a 20-year-old ain't got money. How did he drive 150 miles? Let's do the math. Okay. How are you going to drive back? A 20-year-old doesn't have money. He put at least $80 in the gas tank. He at least budgeted $80 to go up 150 and back. That's a 2-hour drive. That's a 2-hour plus drive if you're driving the speed limit. That's definitely going to be $80. All right, so he had the money. He just put it in the wrong place. Right? And he could have drove the other direction the same amount of time and got something. He could have had it delivered at his door. He could have been banging her in the truck, but he chose not to. So he had the money. Let's continue.
Bedford to Troop, Texas, 20 miles outside of Tyler. According to an arrest warrant affidavit Fox 4 obtained on Tuesday, cell phone records placed both Anderson and Hall's cell phones on the rural Rusk County road where the burning car was located. Once in custody, deputies say Hall made a phone call from jail to his sister, telling her to, quote, clean up. Detectives interviewed Hall's sister, and she said the night of the murder, the 3 suspects talked about doing a rip, which means to rob someone.
All right, so they out here, brothers, especially when you're dealing with young strags. I have a no strag policy. When you're dealing with young strags, especially strags that live in apartment complexes, you got to watch out. They always have pookies. And we're defenders, not we, you black people. Black people are the defenders of the pookie. All right. And I don't know. One of y'all niggas going to say that one of these people ain't black, but Kamala's black. But just save that for another day. These women are pookie related. All young women have pookies. They're all pookie adjacent. So just because you see a woman on a website, a dating app, you meet her up on a AOL chat room. I don't know how y'all meeting young women today. Snapchat. Instagram, just because you see her there don't mean there ain't no Pookie that far behind. Pookie gonna always be there. And these hoes is always on some weed or something like that where they need some money. And they are always in concert with a Pookie. This is why I don't deal with strags. And typically, well, I'm not going to say it, but they're all Pookie adjacent. If they don't have a Pookie they're dating, they have a Pookie that have a crush on them. If they don't have a Pookie that have a crush on them, they fucking a Pookie on the side as a sneaky link. If they ain't doing that, they got a son, a nephew, a cousin, a Brody, a bro, a twin. That's a Pookie. If they don't have that, they live where Pookies live. So I'm just telling you, bruh, they live where Pookies live at. So you're always putting yourself in jeopardy messing with a young strag. All right, so you got to watch out. These straggles don't play. They just got too many pookies around and too much weed to smoke and too much time to burn. So don't think you're going to get no freebie from a strag, especially while you going to her. Don't go to her direction. Make her come to you. But that's neither here nor there. Here we go.
Hall's sister also told investigators she heard at least 2 gunshots coming from the back of the home that night. Hall's sister later admitted to detectives she cleaned up casings from the shooting and later threw the casings out the window while she was driving. Over the weekend, the sheriffs from both Smith County and Rusk County.
Damn, them brothers like, we gonna hang this nigga. All right, boy, these are some hang 'em high ass sheriffs. Anytime I see sheriffs wearing this hat, all right, I know I'm in trouble. And y'all always honoring the Pookie. Y'all got Tyreek Hill, another Pookie, all right, that you want to put in front of me like I'm supposed to be like, what the fuck? I'm supposed to worry about another Pookie. Stop putting Pookies in front of me and then trying to make portray that these men are men like me. That's a fucking Pookie. He's a rich Pookie, and I'm not him. He deserved what he got. That's neither here nor there. All right, so let's crime and law CGA right there. Let's go with this one right here. We have men out here. Have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard this right here, gentlemen, where you're with a woman and you're sleeping over with the woman, and the woman says, this is normally in a new relationship, and the woman says, you can take it whenever you want. You can wake me up in the morning and take it. Have you ever heard this? You ever heard this? I've heard this. Some of you virgins ain't heard this. But there's women, and sometimes I sleep all through the night so I don't wake up. I'll be like, okay, cool. I can wake over, roll over, and take it from you. Okay, cool. Now, in the yesteryear, that used to be a thing. In today's world, in the Me Too world, men are really scared. They're scared of this. They're scared of women that say, I consent even though I'm asleep. Because men hear that shit and they're like, no, I'm not going to be Diddy. I'm not going to be the person that you're going to make as a poster child of a Me Too. You grape me in the middle of the night. Who remembers the good old days? You could take it. Take it from me, 2:30 in the morning. Take it. Now, these men are going to iron this out here on a podcast. It says right here, I give consent even if I'm asleep. And it says this is why men shouldn't listen to women at all. Let's see what's going on here.
Listen, I was with a guy. I used to tell him, I used to tell him, I said, listen, even if I'm asleep, yeah, I consent. Just do your thing. Straight up. Use your thing and clean me up. I'm good to sleep. Oh, do you know how that makes me feel? I don't feel like I need to. I feel like my body. It's there. Use it.
All right, and so this is a stitch where the guy's now in court defending himself against accusations of consent and non-consent.
Yeah, you're still going to jail.
All right, you still going to jail. All right, so again, look, and shout out to this guy right here, Ray Up to Infinity. You still going to jail. Yep. Now, again, I've been put in this situation many times up until this moment. I've not have been prosecuted for certain issues related to this. No one has started a Me Too movement against me and so forth and so on. That's not to say that they can't start one. All right, because consent is a interesting issue. But it's interesting only when it favors the woman. The woman can say, I remove consent. Or she can change the narrative. Well, I was sleeping, I was minding my own business, and then poop, he poked a hole in my booty hole. All right. And then you're like, well, she said that I can take it. As a matter of fact, you heard the women say right there that consent is given even if I'm asleep. She's saying, I'm asleep. Take it. In today's climate, I can understand why men would definitely be suspect of this type of behavior. Because at the other side of this, believe all women. At the underside of this, removal of consent after the fact. At the other side of this, she can change her mind. She can change her mind. At the other side of this, yesterday she meant it, today she didn't mean it. So even the guy interviewing in the podcast says, nope. Now, I'm going to have to put a vote to this one right here because the Mac Game mouthpiece ninjas are going crazy. But even these guys are going, this seems like a trap. Let me go ahead and look at the comment section right here just so you can see. All right. I can tell y'all all, once you have a breakup, they will use this against you. I'm inside Alcatraz right now serving 11, so that's false. All right. It says right here, the comments tell me the lack of knowledge of consent, non-consent is vanilla in here. So that's a form of shaming to basically say you guys are vanilla, you guys are plain, you don't know what you're talking about. Like I said, I've been in these situations. Nothing's happened. However, I can understand a guy going, nah, I don't think so. All right, this guy says, never, ever do it, bro. Never. I had 3 exes demand that as it was a fantasy. That's 3 women who didn't get their fantasies fulfilled because of grape is grape, and I'm too pretty for prison. All right, so this guy, even the guy right here, this looks like a white guy. It looks like a alpha male guy. An alpha male guy said, nope. If she don't wake up during and you have to clean up, both of you right here, diabolical, this guy says it's a setup. All right, so guys, I mean, ladies, I think, for the women that don't understand why men are not privy to doing something like this, why they would be cautious, it's your own fault. Women have also told the line of what consent is and what consent isn't, and I didn't consent. So what looks like to me a typical interaction, by the way, married couples have done this. A lot of couples have done this. Like, I've done this. This has been something that is, women have said in the moment, and it has meant nothing. But of course, the Me Too and Believe All Women and all of these cases coming up 10, 20, 30 years later, men are saying no. No on the I can wake you up and take it. All right, let's see what this woman says.
I was with a guy. I used to tell him, listen, even if I'm asleep, I consent. Just do your thing.
Just do your thing. So the 2 women are saying, just do it. Oh man, you know what? I gotta put this to a vote. So 81% of people have not been to marriage counseling. Okay. Again, this is a tough. I can understand the guys. Look at the guy. He's a black guy. He doesn't look like he's an incel. He's even going, nah, nope. All right, let me see here. Would you take it in the night? All right, would you take it in the night? You guys know what I mean by that one right there. Would you follow the woman's instructions? I consent even if I'm asleep.
Yeah, straight up.
Use your finger and clean me up. I'm good to sleep.
Oh, do you know how that makes me feel? I don't feel like I need to. I feel like my body.
It's there. Use it.
It's there. Use it. It's there. Use it. Man, I'm going to tell you, brothers, in today's climate, I still would do it. But, all right. However, you're playing with fire. And even the guys know, yeah, bro, in today's climate, you're playing with fire because you're still going to be charged as guilty for this one. That narrative could be changed quickly. That consent could be removed quickly.
Yeah, you're still going to jail.
You still going to jail. Yeah. Yeah, man. You're going to, listen, if that did come up, which is probably rare that it would, you would lose that argument. You're going to jail on that one. And I'm just letting you know. But again, most of you guys aren't probably going to deal with that. But what's to say the woman doesn't say, yeah, one time I slept over in this house and I was sleeping and he took it. I mean, that could happen easily. By the way, you don't have to deal with legalities of this. She can just say it on social media. I was at his house sleeping in my bed, minding my own business, and he started poking on me. Ooh-wee, man. That's crime and Law CGA. Shout out to the men that are becoming a little bit more conscious and not believers of women. You guys don't believe them. Now, ladies, you said believe all women. Should we believe those women? Should we believe those women that they consent? Should we believe that all situations where a woman would say she slept and a guy woke her up, pulled her panties down, and went to town are consent? Even the woman said, this is a vanilla conversation. You don't understand consent, non-consent. So you guys know what consent, non-consent is. Bill Cosby. All right. Consent, non-consent. Do you guys know what that is? It is a very, very, very treacherous area to play in, although it is very exciting. Right? Just to let you know. But consent, non-consent is essentially in the BDSM community. It is a kink. It is basically a sense of where the woman portrays any sort of great fantasy. And we actually did the data on great fantasies. A lot of women enjoy great fantasies. Now, some women enjoy great fantasies because of the excitement and the thrill. Some of them get off on orgasmic bliss, where they're not consenting, but you're role-playing consent. So she might say, you know what, act like you're going to jump through the window in Timberland boots and a tank top and a do-rag, and take me. She might even be in a room with 3 or 4 men and say that. Run a train on me, break into the house, or you know what I mean? Just take me. I'm not going to say anything. Just take me.
Trying.
Right? So there's a lot of women will say, take it, use me, use my body, you own it, this pussy is yours, where they don't consent verbally at all. All right? But she wants this, pick me up, push me against the wall, just kiss me. These are all forms and variations of the man making the first move. And in a sense, him being dominant, she wants to be dominated. In a sense, this is kind of like a great fantasy. You're being choked, hair pulled. These are all dominant sex positions that women are aroused by. Not all women, but they can be aroused by it. This is the same thing. This is the same thing where she's saying, I'm asleep, just take it. Now that's consent, non-consent, role play, kink, some sort of BDSM, fantasy, great fantasy, and so forth. This can get very problematic down into a situation where men are not that guy. When you're not that guy, you're not that guy. So you're not going to be presented with these options. And if you do, you're going to question it. You never have to wait for me to say yes. Just take my shirt off and just pull my panties down and throw me over your shoulder. A lot of women like that. They love it. Just pick me up. Just lean in and kiss me. Take the kiss. Okay. And then when you do it, she's like, oh. Right. It is very, very loaded question. But of course, if you're not that guy, you're not that guy. We always tell guys this for the benefit of men. If you're not that guy, don't try to be that guy. Because a lot of guys will say, well, this guy can do it and you can't. Well, ninja, know your role and shut your mouth. Know who you are. That is the biggest piece of advice that I can tell you. Know who you are. Until you're that guy, then you can talk about being that guy. If you ain't that guy, don't try to be that guy, because women can feel that shit a mile away. Okay? They can feel it a mile away. They know you ain't that guy. And trying to be that guy ain't going to make her pussy wet. It ain't going to make her peace sleeve already wet if you are that guy. Now, you ain't that guy and you try to just shove your tongue down her throat. She already know you ain't that guy. So she going to be turned off and mortified. In a sense, now you failed. All right. So you could have listened to all the dating coaches you want. Nigga, you ain't that guy. You ain't Chad. You ain't Pookie or Tyrone. You're you. So understand who you are and play your role. All right. So anyway, you ain't Himothy. You ain't CGA. All right. So what are we doing here? Coming up next, we have, let's do this one right here. Meagan Good paying the bills of Jonathan Major. Wow. All right. So Jonathan Majors was up on Al Gore's internet on white man's television crying to Meagan Good. Let me see if I can pull that up. What's his name? Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors. This is after running away from a mealy mouth muskrat white woman. All right. So, Jonathan Majors have been taking a whole L. All right. A whole L in the last 2 years. He's had the Michael Ealy incident where Michael Ealy picked this girl. Now we know what happened there. Now we know why Michael Ealy was able to pick up Meagan Good and twist her ass in a circle. Now we know why. Okay. He was running from a white woman across New York City, 9 city blocks. Okay. She hurt her finger and bunked her head. My man was crying on Al Gore's internet.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? This is Sheila Bila coming to you.
All right, Sheila Bila, I don't care what you're talking about. Sheila Bila, here we go.
Jason Lee's Impact Award on Zeus Network. Check this out.
I love you. I love you beyond all limit.
Oh, no.
With all my strength. With all my heart, I love you.
Oh.
I'm supposed to be this tough and strong when you done carried me so many nights. I love you. Through the fire.
Oh, no, not through the fire. Oh, my goodness. And somebody said the Zeus Awards? What the hell is that? Oh, Jason Lee. All right, I should have known some Reading Rainbow shit was behind it.
I love you. Through the fire.
Oh, man. All right, Jesus. Ninjas love crying. They love getting beat by police and running from police and crying on the internet. I don't know what's wrong with you black folks, man, out here. You niggas love this shit. Whining, crying, going out, crashing out, running from the police. All right, hold up for a second. We also have this, Jonathan Majors, Michael Ealy right here. So let's go ahead and see if we can play that video so we can give correct context to what's going on here. All right, so here it is. This. Look at this ninja like, what? Ninja?
I wish a nigga would.
All right, damn, is he picking your girl up? And wow.
How you doing? Good to see you, man. Everything good? I want to do this.
Look at this ninja is irate. He is irate. All right, we broke this down already, but you know when men put their eyebrows up like this, he gone. He about to crash out. Now, knowing what we're about to find out now, we know why he's doing this now. Now it all makes sense. I knew there was something that was going on here, and everybody could feel it. We just didn't know and have all the info. All right, we didn't have all the info. Now, he supposedly dapped him up before he did this, so there is footage of him dapping him up. But knowing what we know now we know why this ninja's looking like this. All right, look at your boy. All right, look. he looking at this bitch like,
Gotcha, bitch.
Bitch, is you crazy? Right in front of my face? Bitch, you gonna let him pick you up and twirl you? And she just looking at him, sniggling. All right, so your boy about to crash out. Look at this ninja. He trying to act like he don't see it. You see it, ninja. You see him picking up your bitch.
Your bitch. Your bitch.
Ooh-wee. Look, all feet off the floor. This is when he saw the feet go off the floor. All right, watch this. It was cool and all, but watch the feet go off the floor. He saw the feet go off the floor, and he was like, I know I don't see what I'm seeing right now. I know I'm about to get another case. Is this bitch feet off the floor? He is looking at her feet, but the peripheral. Okay, so he looking like, I know this bitch ain't got her feet off the air. And he looking too. He seen it. He trying to see if he put that hand on her ass too. Where he at? Look, there it is. He looking. Bitch, is that your hand? Is his hand on your low back? All right, yo. He's like, yo, bitch, are you crazy?
I wish a nigga would.
You can't even look at him. Oh, look, he's like, I can't believe this bitch. And he tried to look off to the side. Hey, man, that black man is crashing out. He crashing out. He crashing out. He wiping his nose. Hey, now we know why. Hey, look, hey, let's get a picture. And this ninja like, fuck you and your picture. That's what he thinking right now. Fuck you and your picture. But he's stuck in the middle. Look, she tried to peel him in, and he delaying it. He just want to crash out and backhand pimp slap her. All right, look, let me fix my glasses. Yeah, ninja, yeah.
I love this. Dion will love this. Absolutely.
Oh, now wait a minute. Wait, whoa. You gonna put your hand behind the man's back? Ain't that your girl? And it's Michael Ealy's hand around her. We already broke this down before, but he irate. Why don't you put your hand around her? Uh-oh. Oh, them eyebrows is up. Hey, ladies, if you ever see these eyebrows up on your man, it's about a matter of time. Think very hard about the next thing you about to say. Think very hard about the next thing you about to say. Because look, his eyebrows are raised. That's like a dog ears perked up. Eyebrows raised, ears perked up. Think about the next thing you about to say. Don't gaslight him like Kamala Harris. All right, the next thing you're going to say is going to trigger this ninja. All right, he trying to hold it in right now. He holding it in. All right. So now, that's that right there. All right. That's that right there. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what we know. Now, knowing what we're about to tell you now, it all makes sense. Now it all makes sense. You don't have to think no more. According to a report, we don't know if we got two sources here. Meagan Good is reportedly paying all of Jonathan Majors' bills, including a $75,000 a month child support and dog training. There we go. I'm rich, bitch. Now it all makes sense. Now it all makes sense. The crying through the fire. Wait a minute. I got to turn the volume down. Now it all makes sense why he didn't check this bitch at the door. Because everybody was wondering, oh, he ain't mad. Oh, y'all doing too much. Now it makes sense. Through the fire.
With all my heart, I love you. I'm supposed to be this tough and strong when you done carried me so many nights.
There it is. You done carried me so many nights. So now it makes sense. Yep, he's being cucked. He don't have a leg to stand on. Now, gentlemen, I have said for many years, and I went viral on World Star for this, do not move into a woman's house. Because this the type of shit that you get. The disrespect is just too high. Women cannot respect the man that they're supporting. Eventually, it's going to turn into disrespect. AKA, she knew she was paying the bills. And because she was paying the bills, coach, she paying the bills, I'm living off of her. This is what type of shit happens. So now she knows you can't say shit. You can't say shit. Bruh, I'm paying your bills. I'm supporting you. I'm paying your child support so you don't go to jail. So I can have my feet dangling in the air on anybody I want. And guess what? Michael Ealy knows this. Michael Ealy even knows that she paying this ninja bills. Everybody in the industry knows that she's paying these ninja bills. Even this ninja telling you, she paying my bills.
With all my strength, with all my heart, I love you. I'm supposed to be this tough and strong when you done carried me so many nights.
You can't put, guys, I'm an old school man. You cannot put yourself in this position. I never have respect for men that live off of women. I don't, but I get it. Every now and then you down bad. But at some point, the dynamic has to flip, and maybe that's what she's investing in, according to this report. But also in there, you're going to be disrespected. You're going to be crying on her knees. You can't let her leave. Jonathan Majors can't afford to lose Meagan Good. He can't afford to lose her, so he's got to put up with this type of shit. Motherfucking legs in the air spread. Look at her legs spread. You see that shit? See that? Her legs are spread for that other man. Picked up off the damn floor. Now we know why. We know why. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He can't leave her because she's supporting him. Let's see the other article that corroborated this. I always go with two sources. Meagan Good, right here, according to this particular blog. So I got two sources. That means I can run with the story as a story. I'm not saying it's happening. But it says Meagan Good allegedly pays for everything for Jonathan Majors amid his career hit following abuse and harassment conviction. So a lot of his money, you got to understand what liquid is. He has a lifestyle that he wants to maintain. He's trying to get back on his feet. He's taking a hit. He's paying a lot of money for lawyers. Yeah. And I don't know how much Meagan Good, how much money she got. Because maybe she I'm not going to say what she might be doing. I'll say what she might be doing. How does she got all that money? Meagan Good has allegedly stepped in to cover Jonathan Majors' expenses following his legal troubles. The divorce in the Black Star has purportedly been taking care of her boyfriend Jonathan Majors' financial obligations, according to a source. Meagan Good, age 43. By the way, Meagan Good is one of my favorite looking women. All right, she's a good looking woman. Very classic beauty woman. All right, age 43. Began supporting the former Marvel star after his career took a hit for allegedly abusing his ex-girlfriend, Grace Jabari. It says, you may recall that Majors, 35, was arrested in March 23. We got all of that. We know all of that. Following the allegations, Majors was dropped by his management company and public relation firm. Now, a lot of people will say he probably got a lot of money from his Marvel movies, but he did not fulfill the contract. Also, understand residuals do come in very slowly. Okay. Residuals don't always come in rapidly. Plus, he probably anticipated a lot more residuals, and so he started to live a lifestyle that maybe he could not afford once the income dried up. And I'm going to tell you, I don't care how much money you got. When income stops, you're going to start feeling the pain. Okay? I don't care how much money you have. When income dries up, you're going to feel the pain immediately. I don't care if you make $3,000, $50,000, $150,000, $1 million a month. When income stops coming in, you're going to feel the pain. So he probably felt the pain from late residuals, income stopping, legal expenses. Oh, by the way, legal expenses will kill you. That's why I tell you, man, never get sued. Never deal with the law. You get sued, them legal expenses going to kick your ass to the tune of $2,000 an hour. All right, I'm pretty sure his attorney, that Indian woman, charging him a hefty sum for him to go in there and maintain his innocence and his freedom. So them legal expenses going to dry you up fast. And what's a lawyer's favorite phrase? They're basically going to bleed the turnip dry. So if you hire a lawyer, they're going to ask you to fill out a declaration of expenses and income, and you're going to fill it out. That's how they're going to determine how much money they're going to take from you. How much money that I'm going to take from you. So you have what? You have $1 million in assets? We're going to get that million. That's what attorneys do. That's the money. That's now in their mind the rate. That's what the rate is. If you tell them, I anticipate spending $50,000 for this legal defense, you're going to spend $50,000 or more on those legal expenses. Why? Because you told them that's what you have reserved. You told them that's what's in your savings. That's what you told them. So they're going for all of that. Okay? Lawyers are the least credible people you should ever listen to, especially in regards to legal defense. Now, they will save your ass from going to jail. All right? It will save your ass from going to jail. All right, but you're going to pay for it. All right, they're going to shake your ass down. They're going to see that income and expense declaration, and they're going to go for all of it. All right, so please understand, as a man, I'm trying to help y'all out. That's what he's dealing with. So when you hear stories like this right there, it says Meagan Good pays for everything. They really wanted this dog, and she got stuck paying the $75,000 training bill. Like, that's crazy. The source also noted that the actress allegedly pays child support for Major's young daughter from a previous relationship. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. All right, so goodness. And it says, paying the child support is diabolical. But I actually knew a woman. I knew a white woman that did this for a guy, and he was married, and she was dating him. And he had child support from another woman, and she was paying it. All right, I was like, shit. All right, it says right here, no one knows what Meagan sees in this guy. Shit, you ain't the only one. Meagan Good, come talk to her brother. I can lift you off your feet. All right, I like that Meagan Good type of look right there. All right, it says right here, if things keep up this way, she may not be able to pay her mortgage. She going to be selling.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
Hey, Meagan, sounds like you're in a bind, and I can fix that. The couple first, okay, I don't care about all that. She says, at the end of the day, one thing I know is that I can always look in the mirror when I trust my spirit, when I trust God, when I ask God. I don't care about all this. By the way, it is said that maybe this is possibly guilt. All right, for those who don't know, she might have been the woman that caused the incident between him and Grace Jabari. Now, I don't think that's the case, but people have insinuated that she was the girl that caused the phone incident in the car. She was on the text. So he was seeing her and Grace. So as a result, it could be possible that Meagan Good might feel a little bit responsible for the issues that Jonathan Major has faced since that incident, meaning he's lost Marvel, he's lost the Army, he was supposed to play Dennis Rodman or somebody else, Jackie Robinson. I can't remember who he's supposed to play. He was supposed to play a whole bunch of roles that he lost. So it could possibly be the guilt that she feels by her being the other woman on the phone, causing the calamity that he's now experiencing. And now she's trying to fix it because of that. So it's not because he's hung like a horse or he's got masculine frame or he's a big pimp or anything like that. It could possibly be the fact that, yeah, she was the reason why the career melted down. All right, but either one, was he supposed to play Jackie Robinson? I thought somebody already played Jackie Robinson, but I know he was supposed to play somebody else. All right, but so her career is going, guys, this is struggle love. Even at this high level, this is struggle love. $75,000 a dog trainer, child support. Somebody said, I can't afford her. I can now. I can afford her now. Bitch in the bind. All right, make it good. Shit.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
Hey, no one's out of your league. A woman's never out of your league. She's just out of your price range. I can get Meagan good right now. Now, it's going to be an expensive night for me. I'm going to just let you know. The night's going to be expensive. It's going to be way more than I probably should pay. I'm going to have to go into some reserves, probably sell some gold ounces. I might have to go in some reserves, but this might be a night to remember. So, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I think I got it. I mean, would I do it for one night? Well, let me see. Let me hold you tight, if only for one night. Let me keep you near to ease away your fears. Hey, Meagan, I'll be at your side, if only for one night. Ooh, ooh, hey, yeah, hey. If only for one night. If only for one night. I got her, baby. I think I can hold her tight for one night. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, how many people can say they hit Meagan good? Maybe 50 or 100 guys. I'll be 101. Hey, why not? I'll be able, I hit it. All right, anyway, right here. I don't want to go through the fire, though. All right, but anyway, let me get to these super chats. Main event coming up, and we'll have some overtime. We'll definitely have some overtime. Main event coming up here. 2,400 people watching me. We got the like button, so where it is. Yeah, hitting her ass with a dirty Mac. Apparently, she got to do something. She in a bind. Meagan, you in a bind? I want to have Meagan for a night. Come on, bring her over. I got you, baby. Hey, what you need? What Jonathan need on his books? I got it. Right, she listening to me. Meagan good like,
I'm in a bind, Nate.
Hey, man, I'll say I hit it once. That's just the once. Trophy hit. I'll put that on the mantle. All right, look at that. I smashed Meagan good. All right, come on, Ninja. You want to do it? All right, anyway. Oh, my goodness, man. It's an evil world out here, brothers. I play the evil guy.
It's an evil world we live in.
You know that dog training bill? I think I got that for you. Come on over. All right, come on over. Head right in the pillow. I'm about to smash Meagan good, y'all. All right, here we go. And I'm going to let everybody know about it. I'm going to be up on the TV the next day. I'm going to be on Instagram. I'm going to be on YouTube. That's how I'm going to open the show like this. Yeah, Ninja. I had her curled up, folded up like a love letter from the second grade. All right, anyway. All right, yeah, man. Anyway, shout out to the Age of Machines. Shout out to Wise or Wiz G says the woman that was caught eating a cat was an American citizen. It's literally on the police report. As a Haitian American, I find it weird why Trump and vice president will alienate a potential set of voters based on lies backed by no evidence. Ohio police stated no reports on this. And so you're right. People are using the woman eating the cat as the Haitian eating the cats. All right. And so I've seen people, even Trump said it was on the television, which that was a whole L. He was like, it was on the television. I was like, Ninja, shut up. All right. Come on, bruh.
Shut up.
But I played the video of the woman eating the cat. And yes, that was an American woman having a mental health crisis. That wasn't a Haitian woman. However, Haitians are saying they eat cats. So that's neither here nor there. The RP trucker says something people didn't seem to notice during the debate was Trump's mic was often turned on late, making the first few words of his response silent. Meanwhile, Kamala's mic was already ready. Yes, even when she said a couple of words, a word, they turned her mic on. So her words were never cut off. They even didn't shut her mic off a few times, and we caught that live where they kept the mic on and it was supposed to be shut off. But yeah, shout out to our brother JC. Don't judge me. I had to strip in the 90s to put food on my table. My stripper name was Miles Long, and women came across the country to see me perform my special move, the electric butterfinger. Shout out to you. Goodness. Ay. All right, man. Be easy out here. Hold up for a second. Let me give you the Ayo chill.
Ayo chill, son. Ayo.
Dr. Beto, coach, I'm going to be in Vegas this weekend. Maybe I'll see you in these streets. All right. If you at the streets, is that where you? Oh,
in these streets.
You must be here for the UFC fight, depending on where you see it. I don't think I'm going to be at the fight, but depending on where you watch it, I might be there. All right. Hint, hint. Shout out to JC. Did you notice that in the Meagan Good video with their feet off the ground, Cam Newton was in the back waiting for a hug too? Damn, they cucking him right in front of everybody? Cucking your boy. All right, I didn't see Cam Newton. Oh, there was a ninja dressed like Cam Newton. All right, yes, there was a Cam Newton dress type guy right there. I mean, that's disrespect right there. But of course, guys, if a woman's supporting you, they do stuff like this. And this is why Jonathan Majors couldn't keep her in check. Shout out to Duncan. My ex-wife said to me once that it felt like I was graping her in the middle of the night. So I hopped my ass up and went to sleep on the couch, shaking my head. Be careful out here, Coach Gang. Free agent lifestyle for life. Wow. For life. Shout out to you, man. Guys, I shared a story once. Again, consent can be removed at any time. I shared a story once of a woman in a divorce who sued her ex-husband for grape. Okay, now, this is what happened, all right? Apparently, that they rarely went up the Duke shoot. They rarely went up the Duke shoot. You guys know what I mean. He rarely put the banana up the tailpipe. But they went through a divorce. But I read the article about the divorce, and she said the sexual assault occurred in the first year of the marriage. Now, they had been married something like 7 or 8 years. And so they were divorcing. But she said the assault occurred in year 1 of the marriage, where he went up the Duke shoot. Now, it could have been a drunken night. She could have been reading 50 Shades of Grey. She could have been curious. He could have pressured her. He could have wanted it. She could have said it's always an exit, never an enter. And maybe she just felt a little froggy that night. We don't know. But the point stands that there is case, and there's this brother right here saying the same thing. That the woman then said, you know what? All these times you go feel on me and touch on me and poke on me, this feels like a sexual assault. So this goes back to the video. I mean, I was flabbergasted. I was like, wait a minute. You're claiming that in year 1 you were assaulted now in this divorce, but did you do it again? I think she even admitted she did it again later on in the marriages, but she consented that time. Those times she consented, but she removed consent in a year 1. I was like, damn. I was like, my goodness, man. It is cuff out here. All right. Shout out to our brother. Let's see here. I think I got all of these people here. Okay. All right, Mr. Antigreat, shout out to the Coach Gang. Don't necessarily disagree with you on the voting, but it also depends on whether or not one believes the election was stolen. He says, word is Trump won by a landslide in 2020, regardless of the woke mob. If that's so, the main issue is preventing interference. Well, that to me, let me just be honest with you. Interference, this ship has sailed a long time ago, certainly in the 2016 election. Then you can go back to the George W. Bush election. Now you can certainly go back into what Mark Zuckerberg has admitted and copped out to in the 2020 election prior to that. Then you can look at the stopping of the count, where Trump certainly was landsliding Joe Biden. Then they stopped the count in several municipalities. So that goes without saying. At that point, you can constitute any version of election interference. Certainly the mail-in ballots were suspect. Then you even can go further into the censorship, the attempted assassination, which I don't understand was not brought up in this election. Nobody brought that up. I don't know why. That was an obvious one. That could have definitely garnered some sympathy points for Trump, and it was not brought up. His head almost got taken clear off, and it was not discussed in this particular debate, which is suspect to me. But election interference is gone. In fact, the whole reason Kamala Harris is in the seat right now is election interference, and it was not justly due right of the people, the voters, to put her in that seat. So again, it's all done because we've allowed too much, and it's basically because the American public is ignorant. They're ignorant. They don't know anything about civics, anything about elections, electoral college, their rights. I mean, it's ridiculous. So she's not even there properly. The fact that she's even running and being a legit candidate is election interference in the way they did it. So to me, it's all bullshit at this point, right? It's all bullshit. Like, come on, man. I mean, how are we allowing these things? But again, the American public is somewhat deaf, dumb, and blind and ignorant. I don't know what to tell you. So I can't stop it now. Right? I can't stop it. It's gone. So what is it and what isn't it at this point? What is it and what is it? I mean, what's a conspiracy theory and what's not? What's legit and what's not? And Donald Trump has been really, for the last 3 elections, part of it in all of the elections. Let me just give you an example. In the 2017-2016 debate, it is said that Donna Brazile gave Hillary Clinton the questions prior to the debate. Like, what are we fighting now? Like, this is ridiculous. And that was a conspiracy theory. Just like today, there's a conspiracy theory suggesting that Kamala had earpiece in her earrings. Now, people are going to say it's a conspiracy theory until a year later. They're going to be like, oh, well, she had an earpiece. And then by that time, it's gone and forgotten. They've gotten what they wanted. Potentially, they got her into the seat. It doesn't matter. Or she loses the election. It doesn't matter. So these are the things that the American public seem to have a short memory about. I don't. I seem to be having a long memory about these things. And then people say, well, it don't matter. Same thing as the COVID thing. Oh, well, it don't matter. That's why I don't fight for you. That's why I don't fight for you. I don't fight for the people. All right. I don't give a fuck about you people, really, just to be honest with you. So I don't fight for you because you guys allow these things to happen constantly. I mean, it's just. But then when I bring up something new, well, you don't know and you don't have evidence. And all right. So anyway, I got a long memory related to stuff like this because it is mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling the amount of stuff that we happen because most people are not paying attention. They're not paying attention. They're not paying attention. And then when I bring it up, they act like, what are you talking about? Anybody know about the Donna Brazile? I mean, people don't remember shit like that. But, Donald Trump has been on the other side of just getting reamed on issues like this. Not only that, gaslit to be blamed for being in conjunction with these things. Like, oh, you have a Russian hoax. They blame him for election interference. And you're like, right? Right? It's wild to me. It's wild. The claims are absolutely wild. Right? And I'm like, dude, I mean, listen, I have a bias, of course, but this is crazy. Like right in front of my face, people are bull-faced lying, and that's a form of gaslighting. All right, continuing. Jonathan Majors, this is Kevin Settleman. Jonathan Majors definitely doesn't listen to Coach. He doesn't know Meagan Good is playing the long game, and this money is a loan with interest. Brother needs to tighten up, and that's a fact. So that fact remains. If Jonathan Majors does happen to make money later on, Meagan Good wants all that money back with interest. And God forbid he cheats on her, which is possible. That's why he's in this situation, or abuses her, or anything. She's going to get all that money back with interest. So he better be understanding that he's playing with fire. All right, this is not a gift. Shout out to No Government Name. Here the 19-year-old get women on sex off apps. I'm not sure what that means.
What that mean?
You're here that 19-year-olds get women on sex off apps. Not sure what that means. All right, but that's happening. I think that's what you mean. James Davis says, pay your head. He says, I think you meant play your headboard Harris coochie bill, fellas. Pay it. Pay your headboard Harris coochie bill. And we're almost at the main event. Lucifer says, what you think Meagan Good fee for sex would be? I think it would be $20,000 at least. All right. All right, $20K. All right, just judging from things that I might know, I think $20K about do it. Now, it's not for sex. It's just going to be an evening. It's going to be a date. We're not paying for sex. I would never pay for sex. Right? I would never pay for sex. I'm just paying for an evening. And, of course, when she gets in my aura, she'll have no choice but to meow. All ladies know that when you get into the arena in the gentleman's layer with CGA, it don't matter what you think. All right, I'm not going to do this. Soon as you get in my aura and you smell my cologne and you start rubbing my head, all right, you start doing that. You start playing with my beard, and you start putting your hands all on my chesticles. You're going to be meow. Whether I pay for dinner or not, you're going to be lying on your back. Purr. You're going to be purr. Peace sleeve going to be boiling just. Yep. It don't matter what you say. All right, so once you get up in my gentleman's layer, it's over for you, baby. It's over. All right, anyway. So I'm not paying her for no sex. I'm just saying it's just going to be a night out at CGA's gentleman layer, and she can do what adults do. We're going to do what adults do. All right, yo. A couple more, and then the main event. Jahari Russell says Kamala Harris had an earpiece. All right, that's what you say. All right, so shout out to you right there. I don't have evidence, but I do have articles related to it. All right, and shout out to Kaylin says, are there any wives who willingly give their husband their peace leaves even when they're asleep? I say 1 out of 100. Tough conversation. It's hard for women to admit to these things. That's the thing we're playing against. Women typically don't admit about these things public. Shout out to our brother Double R says ABC didn't help Kamala's last night. He says they did their best to hold her hand. You said they did not help her, but they did their best to hold her hand to make sure Kamala did not look weak and small. Rational women will see through this as holding her hand. And of course, the feminists will cheer it on. He says the problem is the majority of women are not rational. She won the feelings game with the feminist mafia. And we're going to talk about that feelings game. We're going to break down what marital counselors deal with. I just want to make sure I get all of these chats here. Shout out to our brother here. Yeah, I got Arthur. So shout out to you. Let's get to the main event. Let's ring the bell. We're early too. Main event popping off early because I know you're anticipating this masterclass of gaslighting that I'm going to reveal to you that happened right in front of your face. Let me break it down. Number one, I told you that this was not about the truth. This was not about facts. This was not about policies. Anytime you see a YouTube debate, are you looking for truth, facts, and policies? Nope, you're not looking for that. What you're looking for is you're looking for entertainment. You're looking for drama. You're looking for talking points. You're looking for strong points. You're looking for funny events and lingos. And I said, well, during the debate live, I said, listen, Kamala Harris is going to win she's going to win the debate in the people's eyes on just the talking points that she says right at the beginning when she answers a question. All right, she's going to win the event on basically expressions and telling him off. Donald Trump looked to prevent that by having the mic shut off. He didn't want one of those moments, and in fact served one of those moments to Kamala Harris. Don't disrupt me. Don't talk over me type of deal. But in these particular things here, we know that the deaf, dumb, and blind, the normies, they're the ones that are going to watch the debate, and they're not looking for policies and facts. Now, people that are seeking to change, you're looking for it. So the debate is about what person is going to do the best. That's a small minority of people. The majority of people, they want entertainment. That's why they turn on the television. All right, did they zap me? All right, they zapped me in this particular stream. New world order. All right, so we're back. So the sound bites is what I said, and this is me speaking as a veteran. I said yesterday that Kamala Harris, and they're throttling my stream just so you guys know. They want to make it difficult for you to hear this. But funny enough that the stream is being throttled right now. They're saying that YouTube cannot get enough data from my streaming service. But hey, new world order. I'm going to press on. Here's the deal. I said yesterday, and look at that. As soon as they throttle the stream, the numbers go up. This is further evidence that YouTube plays with my numbers very, very, very poorly. So watch. In the next couple seconds, watch the amount of people go down on my stream. Almost 3,000 people watching me. Soon as this happens, in the next minute, it'll be down to 2,200 people. Okay. But let me say this. I said yesterday, and people disagreed. I said Kamala Harris won the soundbite debate. She won the sound bites, and everything she was saying was sound bites. And I said every time she talks is going to be a sound bite at the beginning of the question. Trump, on the other hand, he would rage on, and I said that's going to hurt him because we don't realize the audiences. We don't realize the audiences. The audience don't care about migration, the open border. Now, they care about it, but not during the debate. They don't care about him constantly trying to press upon the people that there are 25 million, maybe more people coming across the border. I care about that. The normies don't care until it hits their backyard. When it hits their backyard, they care. When it's not in their backyard, they don't care. They don't care. They're not looking for that in a debate. So I said Kamala is going to win the soundbite debate. Let me give you an example here, and then I'll get to the conversation about, look at the numbers going down, by the way. Look at the numbers going down. So come back in. Come back in. Let me show you a couple of examples of the soundbite debate. Most of people aren't watching the debate. Most of the people are going to watch the highlights, the clips, and that. Even people that watch me, they don't watch the entire live stream. They only watch the clips. Take a look at this one soundbite clip. This is World Star. Primarily low income to middle income watchers. Their viewership, World Star, low, middle income, mostly minorities. World Star. Look at this clip. It says Donald Trump claims immigrants are eating dogs. Now, there you go. Obviously, the media is not going to be the fairest media. Okay. Lost over 500. You see this? You see how the numbers just go down like that? You see what happens? All right. But I'm going to keep pressing on. New world order. I'm going to keep pressing on. 800 people gone just like that. All right. Absolutely crazy. All right. Right during this part of the stream. So if you were talking about interference, this is interference. Okay. So they don't want you to hear this. Okay. So I told you that was going to happen in the next minute. Okay. So here we go right here.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the...
All right, so this is the soundbite. Kamala Harris is winning the soundbite. So while you're watching the stream and you're going, he makes sense. I've seen evidence. I know about this. I've heard about this. But this is the clip they show. And what happens? They show Kamala Harris laughing at him. So this is the soundbite game. Let me go ahead and show you another clip. All right, this one says, Trump claims Kamala is destroying America by letting illegal immigrants who steal and eat pets. Moderators fact check him. So here it is again. You watched the election. You watched the election. You watched the moderators. Did they say this was unfair fact checking? No. They just showing Trump looking a little bit crazy, talking about illegal immigrants stealing pets and eating them. You also have Kamala Harris laughing again and him being fact checked. This is by Hollywood Unlocked. Primarily, mostly women and minorities look at this. So when I said she's going to win the soundbite game, this is what I'm talking about. Let's play. He said, what's a soundbite? What's a soundbite? It is a short clip that is meant to provoke some sort of a reaction. That's a soundbite. So you're basically going to show a portion of the clip that is going to make somebody laugh, be enraged, trigger, or show someone in a positive or negative light. That's going to be where the soundbite is. So that's where she's winning. All right, that's where she's going to win. Let's go ahead and play the clips. Let's see here.
On that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country.
Now, let me stop it right here. And I'm going to show you what the news media has said about him. He sounds like he's being incoherent and rambling. They're also not showing Kamala Harris saying anything, right? Have they showed, in my first two clips, have they showed Kamala Harris saying anything about policy, a fact, a detail, what she's going to do? They haven't showed any of that. They're showing Donald Trump. And I said this yesterday, he doesn't need to keep going to this. He keeps going to this and going to this and going to this. And I'm like, he should stop going to it, because we know this already. The American public knows this already. It's quite fairly obvious that this is going on, but constantly going to it is going to force them to give you sound bites. Check like this. Trump's bizarre rants get sanitized. Okay, this one says right here, Trump is 78 and barely coherent. This is the news media. New world order. Where's everyone who questioned Biden's age and fitness? Let me give you another article here. It says, the ramblings of an absolute lunatic. Trump's incoherent behavior on display for the world to see. Let's go back to the clip. This is what I'm talking about here.
By allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because...
Harris, thank you. President...
Now, let's go to the next clip.
They're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as the rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success, and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from television.
But the people on television saying their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
You see that? Now, you're getting the indication that I'm saying Trump's going to lose. He lost the debate. See, this is where you're wrong. You're not listening to me teach. Take it easy. What I'm showing you is this is the master gaslighting that men experience when they're in a conversation with women. Marriage counseling, your conversations in relationships, which many of you guys said, 85% of you said you've never been to marriage counseling. You've never been to the family court. You've never been in these situations where you came into the argument with nothing but facts or attempted to have a factual discussion and a fair discussion, only to be outnumbered by the marriage counselor, the judge, the attorney, and friends, family, and so forth. For them to just hit you with sound bites. Oh, you're crazy. You're insecure, which Kamala Harris just hit him with. Oh, that's crazy. What is he talking about? I mean, I don't know what to say. This right here appeals to women. This right here appeals to women. This is why men and women, when they have discussions, it turns out like this typically. You think he won, but you lose conversations constantly to women because they know how to gaslight you. They know how to make you look incoherent. They make you look crazy. This is gaslighting 101. This is married people to the core. This is family court. This is marriage counseling. You don't know this to be happening. You say, well, I just gave her the facts and she has to deal with it, and I won. You're going to lose. You're going to lose the conversation because it was not about facts to begin with. This is a dangerous precedent to set, to put in front of the American public in general, because it backs up everything that I say. And I have been saying. I've been saying this about how men and women view things and how they deal with things. Kamala Harris brought nothing. And yet, people are saying Donald Trump was the crazy madman. He was the madman. This is how you look in marriage counseling. When your wife is over there, oh, he doesn't do this and he doesn't do that. Nothing but lies. And then you come in and you say, wait a minute. What she said was what I said. Now she's changing now that she's sitting in this room. Donald Trump said the same thing. She has no policies. She's stealing my policies. I'm going to give her a MAGA hat. So he's now experienced gaslighting, and he kept playing against it. As a matter of fact, her whole strategy was to strike a nerve. She won that part. I don't care what you say, who's going to win the election, who won the debate. She won that part, not only for herself, but the majority of people who vote in this country. She won on that. He didn't realize that was happening to them. And I kept saying, just calm down, remain calm, don't argue with her, don't have to figure that you got to clarify a point. And every time he clarified a point, he just repeated himself. Same stuff he'd been saying. Every now and then he closed up with a very good ending. You are a rational person. It made sense to you. Most people are not rational. They just gaslit him and he kept going for it. Let me show you this. This says right here, the 2024 debate, Donald Trump said he did a great service in having Roe v. Wade overturned. Kamala Harris drags him. Now, I watched the debate. Kamala Harris didn't drag anybody. The only thing she dragged is her chin across that goddamn stage. All right, she didn't drag anything. But again, let's see the clip in reference to the dragging. Okay, so let's see if we can see the clips in reference to what they call dragging. And by the way, for the white people in the audience, dragging means, I guess, puts him in his place. Here we go.
Week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born.
a 6-week ban
is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time...
By the way, dude, I'm telling you, man, let Kamala talk. I mean, that's my whole point. Let her talk. All they're showing her is just shaking her head and disagreeing and gaslighting him. But that's crazy. Again, I watched the debate. He cornered her on this conversation. Unfortunately, they're not showing that, are they? I bet you they don't show it. Let's continue.
You're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar...
He's mostly facts, all right? These are mostly facts. He made a couple of things that were not specifically factual, and they're going to point that out here in a minute.
Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote is okay. It was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Terrible. Terrible. I mean, listen, this is what I'm talking about, right? So men, you'll never understand this. You guys are playing, you're playing checkers, and these people are playing chess with you. You're playing a game that you're set up to lose. Until you figure out that arguing, disagreeing with them, trying to make a fact and state a fact is going to change their mind. This is why you keep losing. And you're losing ground, not just in the presidency, in this country and in the relationship conversation. You always like, well, why we got to do this? Why we got to do this and why we got to do this? You're doing this instead of playing chess. Start playing chess with these people. You think by just dropping facts and facts and facts is going to change it. And I've been saying for years, it's not. I don't care how many people jump on a podcast and drop facts. It don't change a damn thing. Now, I'm speaking to men, the women that are here listening to me. I'm not trying to argue with you, and I'm not arguing. I just state my facts to the men, and you can listen. But as an example, he stated 9 out of 10 solid facts. The one he got wrong, which was semantics, she pointed it out. And that's a classic example of what I'm talking about. This is your marriage counselor. This is your judge in your divorce. This is your mother-in-law. This is your pastor. This is what I'm talking about. They pointed out an obvious, but of course, this is the clip we're seeing. This is the clip mostly women are seeing. This is the clip the normies are seeing. That she had to say there's no state that has a termination after birth. Well, we know that. It's obvious. He didn't insinuate it. Why did you jump in and need to correct him on this? Why? Because this is gaslighting. This is what we're talking about. They're playing you for a fool. The more you talk, the more ammo you're giving them. Now, again, does this change the election results? No. I'm just telling you. This is how normies see it. This is how they see it. And this is what she heard. When a man said, why when men speak, we got to calm down. Let's go back to what I'm trying to teach you. Where you men have to understand. Remember when Kevin Samuels used to say, it's not what you said, it's how you said it? That's exactly what I'm talking about, because you guys are too busy trying to make a point and be factual, and they're emotional. They're only there for an emotional argument. They're not there for facts. They're not there for Kamala's policies. They're not there to hear Kamala out policy him. They're there for pure emotions. They're there for drama and emotions, and you walk right into it. take Trump and Kamala out of it. This is you and your girlfriend. This is you and your wife. This is you and your marriage counselor. This is you and your divorce attorney. This is why you guys get put into this. They wait for you to say one thing that isn't factual, and then they delete all the rest of the factual things you said. You said 9 out of 10 things that were true. Let me point out the one thing you didn't say that was truthful, and now I get to check you on it. Listen to what I'm saying. Has nothing to do with how the election results are going to turn out. Listen to what I'm saying. This was a masterclass in gaslighting. And Trump fell for it. He continues to fall for it because he wants to be factual. When you go to marriage counseling, you want to be factual. Your wife has no intention to be factual. Neither does the marriage counselor. Now, the marriage counselor probably wants to, but when the emotions override the need to be right, guess what happens? Oh, she just wants a hug. She just wants to feel loved. She just feels like when you say things, you feel like she's intimidated by you. When you yell, she shuts down. That's what's happening. Oh, you said this one thing. I didn't hear the other 9 things you said that were true, but this one thing makes everything else you say not true. This is a masterclass in gaslighting. And there's an example right there. Because he spit it off fact after fact after fact. The one thing he said, which I'm not really sure he actually said it. He said they want to do after birth terminations. Now, I don't know if they'll show this. I'm going to see if they show it. Because at the end, he asked her, do you support terminations of pregnancy after 7th and the 8th month? Remember that? I watched it. I want to see if they show that. Let's show this. This is a masterclass in manipulation and gaslighting. All right, here we go right here.
Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact.
That you're going to hear? Okay, let's see what she says.
Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court.
By the way, he has a right to do that. Like, what did we talk? He hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court. Well, he was the president, so he had a right to do that. So that the way she's saying it is she's gaslighting him. But let's continue.
With the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans.
There's no such thing. Where's the fact check now? I'm going to ask you, if we're being fair. You heard him just get fact checked. I hope that when she finishes, they're going to fact check her on a Trump abortion ban because there are none in our country, but that's neither here nor there. I hope she's fact checked on that. Let's continue.
Which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion
was somewhat liberal, much more
abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body.
He just cleared that up. Again, I mean, people aren't going to hear it. He just said that that's not true, but let's continue.
Does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral.
Shaming.
And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs.
She's talking to the black Christians.
To agree. The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
Where's the fact check on that? Again, where's the fact check on that? Trump just clearly just said he's letting it to the people, and the people are the state. They get to decide in the state that they live, not him. That's what he said. Am I tripping? But we don't hear that. We just hear her browbeating, him get fact checked, them to completely dismiss what he just said. And they didn't fact check her on her. She just told 3 lies. Now, Trump told one. Well, they made him tell one and by fact check them, but she just told 3 lies right there. Am I tripping? They didn't fact check it. He did not say that. But again, because we're gaslighting and manipulating the people, the public, the deaf, dumb, and blind, they let it slide. They let it slide. He just clearly said that he didn't agree with that. She just let it go. Where's the fact check?
I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted?
Again, they're letting him yell. They're letting her. By the way, if you do this in court, by the way, you guys can't see it. Typically in court or a debate, they typically don't want you talking directly to the person, especially when you start doing this type of thing, which is gaslighting now. We're completely into manipulating his words and gaslighting. She's browbeating him. She's using shame. She's appealing to the emotional senses of the people. This cannot happen in court. In fact, you can object on this point if you're in court. If your ex-wife starts doing this to you in court, you can say objection because you're leading the judge with emotion. You can object on this alone. So I don't think Trump did much of this, but I might be wrong. You can correct me on that one. But now she's shaming him and you did this and how dare you do this. This is leading the people. This is leading the judge. This is leading everybody. And this gives the sense that she's dragging him. You see this? I mean, like, this is how I view it. And this is typically how men and women argue. You came in with your 9 out of 10 facts. She came in appealing to emotion. This is why this clip exists. All right. This is why this clip exists. This is why we're at this conversation right here.
Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage.
When your girlfriend does this to you in an argument, what do? When your wife does this into your argument, you're like, honey, I got 10 facts. This is what I like, blah, blah, blah. And she starts doing this to you in an argument. What the fuck do? You be like, what? Like, what are we talking about here? I just said I took out the trash yesterday. You take it out today. And she was like, are you saying to me that you think I want to do? You're saying to me that if I don't take out the trash, you're going to do this, and you have a woman going out there when there's raccoons and rattlesnakes? That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. So it's time to go. We're not in an honest conversation. This is what she does. You mean I got to pay for child support for all my kids, and you only want to pay me $400 a month? You mean I got to take care? That's all she's doing right now. And guys, this is a masterclass in manipulation. Masterclass in gaslighting. She gaslighting the shit out of the nigga. And he just standing there.
Being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot.
Where is the fact check on that? I know I'm biased. Where is the fact check on anything she just said about this scenario? She just brought up the possible worst case scenario. There's a woman that drove to Kansas and she went to go to a doctor and they told her no, she's going to jail for life. So she's bleeding out in the car. Where's the fact check? Again, this is a masterclass in gaslighting manipulation. And this is how men and women deal with each other. This is how the public allows this to happen. If he was doing this to her, they would be shutting it down. And I might have a clip to prove this. Let's continue.
She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest?
Come on, man. He just said in cases of incest and rape. So why are we having this conversation? Conversation is not needed, but they're letting it go. Well, she does have the floor, but there's no fact check, no stopping, no, hey, ma'am, let's keep it here. Stay with the facts. Nothing. They just let her go on here.
Being forced to carry a pregnancy to term? They don't abortion bans that make no exception. You want that?
He said he was against that. Let's continue.
And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade.
And they will never do it. All right. So they're never going to do it. So just so you guys know, as a voter, they're never going to do this. It's a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. Donald Trump said it won't happen. Again, this is gaslighting the people. This is making them give a belief that this could happen. It's never going to happen as long as there's an advantage with the conservative judges, and there's going to be for the next 30 years. It ain't going to happen. So you're running on a false pretense. You're promising something that you cannot guarantee. Where's the fact check on that? Donald Trump had the fact checker on that. I just told you a fact. It's never going to happen, what she's asking for or what she's running on. So this should have been fact checked. Let's continue. The fact checker should have said, ma'am, that shit ain't gonna happen. There's a 6-3 advantage in the Supreme Court. You would have to pack the Supreme Court to like 18-40. You would. This is all emotions. This is all gaslighting. This is what I'm talking about. The conversation is just emotional now. It's not a factual conversation. Just like your arguments with your girlfriend or your wife or in divorce court or in counseling.
As President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
False. Where's the fact check on that? Again, I'm just here to show you what happens. I'm not caring. You know how I'm going to vote. I know how you're going to vote. I don't care. Where's the fact check? Ma'am, you cannot sign it into law. Based on the balance of powers with the executive, judicial, and the legislative, you're going to have problems doing that. Just so we can make the public aware, you can't do that. That should have been a fact check. Right? You can't do that. So now what? Nobody's going to call her out. Let's continue.
But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban.
Where's the fact check on that? Let's continue.
Understand, in his Project 2025,
Where's the fact check on that? He doesn't have a Project 2025. That's not Donald Trump's Project 2025. Where's the fact check? Ma'am, that's not his. Well, he said this already. But of course, this is the clip. They're not showing the clip where he said he wasn't Project 2025. But now they're showing the masses Project 25. His Project 2025. Fact check would say that is not Donald Trump's Project 2025. That would have been an opportunity to fact check. Now, I know we know Donald Trump is believed to be a liar. If you believe him to be a liar, you're well within your rights. But we just heard this woman lie about 12 times. Right? Am I tripping? She just lied about 12 times. By the way, the chat has been disabled, apparently. All right, she done lied about 11 times at this point.
Would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
It's not. It's made by the people in the states, but let's continue.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting, and it may...
He just cleared it up with facts. Everything she said, all that emotional appeal, all that gaslighting, he came back and cleared it up. Let me give you the facts. Again, this is what people are dealing with. There's no Trump ban. There's no national ban on termination of pregnancy. Everything she said was a lie. All right, let's continue.
Want that? And
take a little time. But for 52 years, this issue has torn our country. Her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got torn apart.
I got to play this. I'm going to play this part of the clip and then move on.
And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. Facts. And as far as the abortion ban, no. I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote.
There you go. I mean, that's a fact. Sorry for the no video. That's a fact. She'll never get the vote. Anybody that makes this an issue to vote for, by the way, let's go back. Sorry for the no video. Anybody that making this an issue to vote for, i.e. Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is making women believe that this is an issue that they can vote on. They're saying there's no vote. Let me show you right here. It says right here. Where is it? Where is it? Right here. They're watching me on this stream, y'all. They're watching me.
New world order.
This is Taylor Swift's statement. Spreading misinformation. Okay, let's continue. Here it is right here. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe we need a warrior to champion. It says right here, I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we lead by calm and not chaos. It says right here, she will stand up for LGBTQ rights, IVF, and a woman's right for her own body for decades. Not true. All right. So where are you black people at coming in here? Where's the black people at? Taylor Swift didn't mention y'all in here. She will stand up for African-American rights. Nope, there's not in there. She will stand up for reparations and getting black. Nope, that's not in there. She will help struggling black families and single. That's not in there. All right, so none of that's in there. But fight for a woman's right to own her body for decades. She can't do that. She can't.
In Minnesota.
She can't do that. Yeah, they're not letting y'all comment on this stream. You see this right here. I don't know if you can refresh the screen, but I'm not seeing any comments. Let me see if I can refresh the screen. The chat has been deleted. All right, yep. Oh, boy, y'all can't even, oh, boy. Yep, I don't see the comments working. Oh, man.
New world
All right,
order.
so let me do this here. Let me do this masterclass in gaslighting here. So let's go back here, show you that right there. So with this being said, Trump is 78 and barely coherent. Where's everybody who questioned Biden's age and fitness? By the way, check this out. This is USA Today. USA Today. These are the publications that listen to this. So, guys, just know, I'm not telling you where this election is going. I'm not telling you what's happening. I'm telling you, for the most part, where we're dealing with the conversation is a lot of people use these argumentative debate tactics with no intentions to get down and investigate what's real and what's fake. Or we fact check the person that we do have a bias towards and then claims that I have a bias, which is odd. I have a bias. I, of course, have a bias. Everybody knows my bias. But is this biased? Are the clips that we're seeing, the sound bites, is that biased? Is it certainly biased towards the people that may be favorable? Right here. Mark Ruffalo says Kamala Harris crushed Trump in the debate and baited him to sputter out. What does it say? Baited him to sputter out. The intentions were not to be truthful. And Mark Ruffalo is, I think, a white man for Kamala Harris. But if the intentions were to debate him for facts and policy, he's indicating that that's not true. In fact, if a person's arguing with you, are they baiting you to sputter out, maybe get triggered, or to be factual? The conversation is just very clear. She was prodding him and baiting him to sputter out, not to get to the facts. Let me see if I get one right here. This is Vanity Fair. Kamala Harris made Donald Trump look silly and small. This is Vanity Fair, y'all. Y'all talking about CGA's bias, and you're seeing the certain bias right here. I can't even get comments in my chat anymore. So is that a shutting off? That's kind of like a form of censorship right now. All right, so now you're being censored because the comments aren't going the way they wanted to go. Kamala Harris made Donald Trump look silly and small. Was that the point of the debate? Or was it to get down to the facts? Kamala Harris told more facts than Donald Trump. Donald Trump lied. Kamala Harris told the truth. That would be maybe an accurate portrayal of what they thought they saw. But that's not what you're seeing. We're seeing major publications. We got this one. Prosecutor Kamala Harris put Trump on trial, but the court of public opinion can be fickle. This is The Guardian. This is right here. NPR. The debate between Harris and Trump wasn't close. And 4 other takeaways. Now, you watched the debate. You watched it. But I got, what is this right here? This is NPR, The Guardian, Vanity Fair. This was, that's Vanity Fair. Variety. We got USA Today, NBC, MSNBC. Oh, man. Tell me, brothers, I'm trying to make an argument, not who won. I'm trying to make an argument on perception of arguments by men and women and what the intentions are. She crushed him only because she baited him to sputter out. This is why I talk about these conversations when I'm like, when you're debating women and you're talking, it don't matter what you're saying. It matters none. It doesn't matter if you're saying what was true. You're arguing with your girlfriend, your wife, marriage counselor, divorce attorney, judge. It is not about what's true. It is not about what's facts. It's about how you respond, what they make you say, and then to try to fact check you and make you look funny and or feel like you're crazy in the middle of the argument, or at least look crazy. Oh my goodness Christ. New world order. All right, shout out to y'all, man. The chat finally back, but they try to break y'all down like a fraction. I do have more show if the platform will allow me, but apparently they're not. Let me get to some super chats. I got some more show for you, man. All right, I got some for show. Yep. Telling you, man, I keep proving y'all. Look, I keep proving the truth. Trying to tell y'all, and y'all be like, it'll be okay. Guys, y'all said that in 2020, and look what happened. You're underestimating your opponents, and it is not a good thing. By the way, this election is going to be close. All right, you heard it here from Coach Adamas. It's going to come down to the wire, and it's only going to come down to a few states, Pennsylvania being one of them. And the fracking issue, they mentioned fracking more than they mentioned the assassination. Okay, and the reason why is Pennsylvania is a pivotal state. So goes the election. Whoever wins that state wins. In fact, that was the same thing in 2020, same thing in 2016. And fracking is a very critical issue. All right, so that's going to be the state. And then you also have Ohio. Why did they mention Ohio that many times? About Haitians eating cats. Because Ohio is a pivotal, it's a state that can go either way at any particular point. So that's going to be a touch point state. They mentioned nothing about California because they know California is going Democrat. They mentioned nothing about New York because New York's going Democrat. So why fight over it? But by the way, Kamala Harris, they didn't fact check her. She actually said she was against fracking. Then she said she was for it. No fact check. And I'll prove it right here just so you can see where she said she was against it right here. No fact check.
In the fossil fuel industry.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
Right there. Okay. Now, it's a short clip, but she just said it. There's no question.
Another hanger-on could be when, as a presidential candidate, she came out against fracking in the fossil fuel industry.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
Right there. That was her. So she flip-flopped. That's when Trump said, I feel like I should give her a MAGA hat. Now, that was a policy conversation. I don't see them playing that. I don't see them showing her flip-flopping. And yes, Nevada and Arizona also are hotly contested states. But I think some people can afford to lose those. But the swing states are Ohio, Pennsylvania. Those are the big ones. All right, Nevada and Arizona, you probably want to win or split those as well. But that was her right there. That was her right there saying she's not in favor. She's going to ban it. In fact.
Another hanger-on could be when, as a presidential candidate, she came out against fracking in the fossil fuel industry.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
Right there. And so in this debate, she said she was never in favor of banning it. Was that fact checked? Yeah, Wisconsin too. So there's about 7 states that are going to be the battleground states where the vote. By the way, where did Donald Trump get shot? Pennsylvania. So this is going to be a hotly contested election in many cases where you think it's going to be a landslide. Well, I mean, it could be, but Donald Trump would have to walk a whole bunch of states. He'd have to dog walk Arizona and Nevada, which we cannot say it didn't happen last time. It happened in 2016, but he would have to walk them. He would also have to walk Wisconsin, which he was in 2020, and then they stopped counting. He would have to walk Pennsylvania, which he was until they stopped. He would have to walk Ohio, which he was, and they stopped counting. So he would have to walk these states, and he would have to walk probably 5 out of 7 of those to landslide. He would have to walk 5 out of 7 of them to walk it for it to be a landslide. Other than that, if it's gonna come down to the wire, anything can happen. Anyway. Are we still live? Shout out to Dark Side Foundation. Her plan was to gaslight because she had no plan or no solutions. I'm going to clean it up here. He says they operate on doing whatever they feel like doing, regardless of the consequences. Our problem is the Gumps who enable them. Their removal is necessary, but here's what happens, right? Here's what happens. If Donald Trump rages out, let's just say Donald Trump was raging out on Kamala directly to her face, they would have shut it down. It's similar to if a woman's arguing with a man in public and she's raging on him. She's saying, you didn't do this and you didn't do that. Most people will not stop her from doing it. They may stand up, they may get in the way. Most people laugh. If you want me to, I can prove this with a clip. But there's several clips that show when men are getting browbeat in public, they let it go. All right. And they're like, you didn't do this and you didn't do that. But when a man turns around and he starts off going off on the woman, people jump in. They jump in, they stop it. They say, hey, what's going on? What's going on? So, this is typically what we have to deal with. But we saw that on full display in this election. In this debate, where she was allowed to go only so far with him and they let it go. He would have done the same thing and they would have cut him off. They would have actually started fact checking him and slowing him down and cutting him off and interrupting him because of the dynamics between men and women. So this was a classic case of what I call the male and woman gaslighting, whether you're on Kamala's side or Donald Trump. You cannot deny what I'm saying. All right. You cannot deny. Shout out to James Davis says Willie Brown, Montel Williams' wife, got to be pissed. All right. They like, damn. But Montel Williams came out and caped for her recently. Willie Brown's wife is silent on this issue. All right. But I know she got a whole bunch to say. And shout out to the women out here that got cheating husbands out here. Colgate says, hypothetically, if a particular someone was to win, who would fight in the wars? Would men still be expected to fight proudly? Yes. People are insinuating that it's going to be a war if indeed Kamala's side gets in. And the men who didn't vote, the men who the women voted for en masse, Taylor Swift's group of people, those women are sending you to war, right? For real. Those women are saying their right to bodily autonomy will send your ass to war. So they're volunteering you. And I guarantee you those same women are going to be bowing out gracefully if, in fact, there's a war or a draft. Them bitches going to be in the kitchen, baking cookies and biscuits and muffins real quick. They're going to be putting on aprons and all that tough talk. Going walk. All right. They ain't going to be out there busting a grape. One single fruit in a fruit fight. They ain't going to brust nothing. They ain't going to throw a tomato. They ain't going to don a helmet. They going to be sitting back while your ass and your sons are going to war. That's what Donald Trump essentially said. All right. All that early termination talk going to walk real quick. They're going to be shuffling, tap dancing, and moving away from a draft. Well, we can't get drafted. They're going to be getting pregnant. All of that stuff. Mental health. They're going to be bowing out gracefully. Run it. And guess what? How many men are going to throw women in the war? Let's just say they can go to war. How many men are throwing them in there? How many men are dragging their daughters and going, you be a real woman, man up? Not many. How many of you guys dragging women down to the draft room? Not many. Y'all going to let them escape. They'll go to prison before they go to war. Right? They ain't going. They're going to be getting knocked up. As soon as they get over there, they're going to be like,
what kind of fuck you give me?
All right, niggas gonna be transitioning into women. It's gonna be a clusterfuck. Shout out to Theo says. Shout out to you. He says, keep pushing. New world order. Jaden says, Coach, did you know that India owns over 51% of real estate in the UK? I believe Kamala is another tool to further the commie strengthening in the West. Hashtag tinfoil hat. If, India owns 51% of real estate in the UK. Oh, boy. I didn't know that. And he also says this horrible old bag and her team of propaganda commies, it's Sodom and Gomorrah all over again. We have opened a door we can't close. I've been saying that, right? I've been saying that. The Pandora's box is open, and it's not closing again. I think people do have a sense that what can we do to change this? Now, remember, I'm not a nihilist. I'm a realist, and I'm going to tell you the truth. There's nothing we can do at this point. If you are of the opinion that there needs to be a return of masculinity and men need to claim the ring or men need to put the cat back in the bag, right? That's not going to happen, all right? It's not going to happen. It has been evident that this is not going to happen. So we're marching towards a really unpredictable future, but we're gonna go towards anyway. But that's gone. Pandora's box is open. There's no more hurting kittens. It ain't going back to where it would go to. Unless you would have the 5 things that would make it go back, but it ain't going back. All right, so good luck. Good luck with that conversation. Now, for yourself, you can actually get yourself into a better position to defend yourself by not getting involved in the marital courts and all of these things and protecting yourself and insulating yourself from some of the things that could happen. That's my opinion. You don't have to believe it. But traditionalism is gone. There's going to be a new, listen, people always be saying, like, when is 2019 coming back? When is 1950 coming back? When is 1980 coming back? Things don't work going back. That's not how it works. Now, the only thing that would make it go back is if there was a nuclear fallout or something like that. A war. I mean, that straightens shit up real quick. And I said the 5 things. There could be an economic collapse of epic proportion, a plague or a massive STD, mass immigration, a world war, or a religious awakening. Like Christ would have to come back on a white horse with wings holding a thunderbolt. Like that will change up some shit. That will change people's mind. All right. But it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while. Something massive event. Maybe somebody come in with a blue turban or something like that. Somebody comes in and completely be autocratic and authoritative. I mean, something. Shout out to our brother Indominus Being says CGA is 100% correct. Everything is about perception. And all one can do is do their best to be clear and to the point. He says they only fact check Trump. And guess what? That Lindsay Davis, whatever, is Kamala's sorority sister. That was the sister that fact checked Trump. So it was all a setup as we expected. Also, the tube feed is being buffered, even though I am running on 1G internet. Shout out to you. Yes, you saw it in real time. Order. And he says Trump did his best, and we have to remain focused and proceed as the underdog till past election day. Shout out to CGA, the blue chip mindset. Shout out to the free agent lifestyle. That's all we got. New world order. That's all we got. And we will still to this day, always see women as women. Like the masses of men will always see women as vulnerable, weak, needing protection, and so forth and so on. Now, I don't understand it because we're supposed to be equal. We're supposed to be equal. But when it's convenient, we lean back on that because that's our nature. Our nature is not to be seen as equal to women. This is something that's being pushed to us, so we're having trouble to adapt to it. When indeed you do treat a woman equal, people frown upon that. Well, she's still a woman at the end of the day. So what does it really want? But it's time for her to benefit from the equality. We got to, okay, yeah, all right, I see it. Let her be CEO. Despite the fact that I've worked here for 30 years and she's a 32-year-old gunslinger from Georgetown. Yeah, I guess we need a woman CEO. Right. So when it's time for her to benefit from the equality, here she goes. When it's time for her she's taken advantage of, we protect her. And this is typically what liberal men do to women. They start protecting her. Oh, she's a woman, though. And you're like, right, I thought she was the president. I thought she was the vice president. Like, which one is it? Which one is it? This is the difficulty we're having in our society. We still view women as vulnerable and needing protection. And it gets very tough to figure it out. I do have another segment, so stay with me. No government name. I noticed the other content creators have yet to have an opinion on the debate. You, by far, have the best breakdown and opinion on this topic. If that bimbo gets into the office, the manosphere is just content at this point. Yeah, man. I mean, dude, that's going to be... if our country elects Kamala, and she's already told you what she's going to do to people like me and people in this space and people that want to tell whatever truth they want to tell, she's going to shut that down. It's obvious. She was actually voted the most liberal senator in the Senate when she was in there. So that kind of tells you what's going on. She is really far left. And so she doesn't mind censoring people. And of course, she will have the backing and full backing of the simp enforcers and whoever she needs to, the platforms and whoever else, to do whatever they call censoring false information. Everything becomes false based on her interpretation. That's what everything becomes false. Again, gaslighting. Well, you don't agree with it, so you don't agree with it. Shut it down. I don't understand that type of censorship. Okay, you don't agree with it, but I can't say it. Now, I'm not saying anything false. I'm stating my opinion, but that's hate speech. like, wow. But she's also said that that's what she's going to do. In fact, if you guys want to know, I do have the clip of her saying as such, which is weird to me. I mean, men typically, if something we don't agree with, we typically don't watch. But for some reason, they be watching us like a hawk. They be watching us like a hawk. I mean, like, damn. Like, if you don't agree, just keep it moving. Nah, they can't do it. All right, let me see if I can find the clip of her saying this. And I don't know when the clip was. Let's see, is this the one?
Important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders.
Maybe not.
For us at every moment in time, and certainly to contextualize it, to understand where we exist.
This is not it.
Not only to the past, but the future.
All right, this is not it. I'm trying to find the speech that she said that. And of course, people are like, she didn't say it. No, she said it.
The University of South Carolina.
Marginal. Nah, they don't have it. I don't have the clip. It's on Instagram. It's on my Instagram, but I would have to find it on my Instagram. It's so buried so far deep. Yeah, it ain't on here. All right, so I think I got another segment here. One more super chat, and if I haven't acknowledged someone, let me know. Let me know. Mr. Travolta, what's up, coach? The early termination debate is a false debate. These XXs can simply keep their legs closed or use birth control if they don't want to get pregnant. Early termination is illegal, but still, we have a single mother epidemic. It is my body, my choice. Then choose to close the legs if you don't want to get pregnant. All right, I'll have to clean things up because people are watching me. But here's the deal on that one. It is a false debate. I don't understand the people going crazy about it because it would be an easy solution. And then they restrict the rights of the father, which is absolutely insane. So the conversation has been taken completely away from that. Like, I think men have submitted to the fact that we don't have parental rights as a father. Because if we do impregnate a woman, then it's our fault. Then we have to be responsible. She could drop the kid off at the fire department in a box, despite the fact that she has 12, 13, 14, 15 versions of birth control and so forth and so on. Not only that, the cases of rape and incest pregnancies are severely low. It is to the 0.001% of cases of that happening. The majority of the cases are women doing multiple early terminations. And not only that, women saying that they cannot afford the responsibility. So it just is going to inconvenience their lives. And it's like, well, in that case, doesn't seem like that's the most effective way of birth control. There could be some other ways, including not having sex or abstaining or so forth and so on. Sometimes it's they don't like the child's father. So, I mean, we can't even have that discussion anymore. And the whole my body, my choice thing is absolutely awkward. Oh, and you know what? The last part of it is a man can't make a decision on a woman's body is the biggest gaslight in the history of the world. That's got to be one. There's a whole bunch of them. That is the biggest ridiculous argument I've ever heard. Oh, you don't have ovaries, you don't have an opinion. Oh, you're a man, you can't make a law. Okay. I didn't hear that during COVID-19, but that's neither here nor there. But where in the world does that argument stand other than by being browbeat by the argument? Yes, I can. I'm a lawmaker. Like what? I make laws for people, and you're a people. Are you a people? Yes, I can make a law for you and against you. Like, I don't understand that one. Like, somebody got to explain why a man can't make a law against a person, specifically a woman. Please. Where in the Bible, Greek, Egypt, Rome, the great Babylon, United States history, Senate, governor, where? God, Lord, the Bible, the holy scribes, the fucking Red Sea, the Torah, the Quran. Where in the world does that argument stand for anything? I mean, somebody got to explain that one to me. So I don't get that one. Where in your mind does that not make sense? A man shouldn't be able to make a law. Okay, white people shouldn't make laws against black people. Are we going? Like, all right, does that stand? Man can't make laws against children. Children. Like, where are we at? Where's the 10 Commandments that say it makes sense to just completely restrict men out of the process of making a law against another person? What? I don't even have an answer to that. Just explain why. Well, he don't got ovaries. Okay, can a woman make a law against a man? Women make laws against men all the time. The whole Me Too movement. Like, stop. All right. Women make all the laws that are against men. Probably women went in there and said, we need to make a law against that. Like, this is absolutely insane. That ain't even a discussion. I mean, please come with something stronger than that. That's just gaslighting, browbeating, shaming, something that completely I can't even change. Like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this information? I can make a law that prevents you from going to war. I can make a law that makes you go into war. I can do that. I certainly can make a law that would probably restrict or accept. What if the law helps you? Can the man make a law? Right? That's crazy, bro. Like, that's a crazy ass argument. Anybody that has that argument, you dealing with basically not a whole deck of cards upstairs. You basically have no argument. If you have no argument, just say you have no argument. Let's get to this part of the show. Let's do some extra overtime, and then we'll get it going here. Shout out to the people that stayed this long. But by the way, yeah, protect your seed, gentlemen. You guys, listen, I'm not saying men should be knocking up women and not taking responsibility, but come on, man. Come on, man. By the way, let me just say this. Last point. This argument about early termination is moot. Like, Kamala Harris can't do anything. Like, she can't do anything to stop what's happening. Can Donald Trump make what's happening? He's already done it. So that's not a problem. By the way, that happened on Joe Biden's watch, but that's neither here nor there. It was Donald Trump's Supreme Court. So if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris could stop what they're saying they're going to stop, if Kamala gets elected, why didn't Joe Biden stop it when the Supreme Court came down against it the first time? Why did Kamala and Joe just sign a bill to prevent them when they did it? If I'm not mistaken, that was when Joe Biden took the office when the Supreme Court handed down the final judgment against the 52-year Roe v. Wade. Why didn't Joe Biden sign into law right then and there? Why didn't Kamala Harris do it right then and there? They could have done it right then and there. Soon as the Supreme Court came along, they could have said, well, here's my bill, and signed it. They didn't. You know why? Because they can't. And Kamala can't. End the discussion. Next thing. What else you got? All right. All right, let's continue, bruh. Hey, man, we got time out here, brothers, man.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
All right, they can't do it. So she can't do it. Her running on that and Taylor Swift saying they're running on it is a moot point. All right, they're promising you something that they cannot do. By the way, let's talk about being tall as a man. Do you guys think being tall is the ultimate superpower as a man in relationship to male-female dynamics? Do you think being tall is the ultimate superpower?
It's an evil world we live in.
Right. You can be tall and ugly. You can be tall and skinny. Do you think women prioritize height over everything? You can be short and rich. But if a tall guy comes in, that tall trumps short and rich. All right. We got a comedian. Shout out to this comedian. His name is Daniel Tosh. Shout out to Daniel Tosh from Tosh 8.0. He says this about being tall. All right, so this is an interesting conversation right here. Let's see this. Daniel Tosh says being tall is better than having muscles when trying to date women. All right, let me put up a poll on this one. Let me put up a poll, and there's some women in the comment section here arguing against this. This is a classic red pill conversation. Is being tall a male superpower? Now, again, people are going to say, well, coach, man, I see short men with women all the time. Okay, listen, man, I'm not telling you how it starts. I'm a short male. I'm with women all the time. All right, so this is not an issue of can you get a woman being short? Can you get a woman being tall or muscular? This is an issue of does hypergamy override when it comes to height? Now, Daniel Tosh, let's go ahead and play his clip, and then we'll review it and look at the comment section and all of that. Here we go.
The reason I never worked out was because the women that I was attracted to, I could get. If I couldn't get them, if they were like, no, you're not strong enough to date me, I would have gotten stronger.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what I'm saying?
But then again, I'm thinking back in the day, it was easy for you.
Not easy.
You're a handsome guy.
Sure.
You're a funny
I'm not
guy.
ugly. I'm not ugly, but I'm not.
But it's, women just, they want a personality. They want somebody who's got a reason for being on this earth. They're, you know what I mean?
You know what it is? I'll tell you physically.
I mean, in LA, it's a little different.
I'm tall.
Yeah, tall's good.
Tall offsets muscles on some level.
Tall's good. And I'm only medium height. Fine,
well, we call that short in the tall world.
There you go.
That's why I have muscles, because I'm only 5'10".
5'9".
I'm 5'10".
All right.
I used to be 5'10" and a half, but
Don't-
I've lost a half an inch.
Oh, the reason I never worked out.
All right, so he's talking about the reason he never worked out, all right, meaning that he never got fit, he never had muscles, is because he's like, I'm tall. When you're tall, you don't need muscles. Now, again, this is a conversation that can really be split up, and you can split these hairs up. We're talking in very basic and primal. You can split this up into 50 other conversations. He says, well, I'm not ugly, but I'm tall. That shit overrides everything. All right, that shit overrides everything. And so even the short guy tried to give himself an extra inch, and he bumped him down. We call that short in the tall community. 5'9", 5'10", oh, I'm 5'6", I'm 5'7". To tall men, them inches don't matter. The inch eye, what is it? The inch eye detective? The inch high detective? So 5'9" and 5'10" don't matter out here. All right. You know what I mean? Especially the tall guys. You're like 6'2", 6'3", and you're like, I'm 5'10". All right. That don't matter. All right. Is he 6'4"? He's 6'4". So, yeah, he says 6'4". He says, I have never really had to approach. Now, I'm going to tell you that I actually been, I used to be outside. I remember a situation. I went outside, and I'm a handsome short guy. I'm every woman's fantasy. But I was out with a guy, and he looked like Brodus Clay. Let me pull up Brodus Clay. He looked like Brodus Clay. So let me see here. Shout out to Brodus Clay. So the dude that I was with a girl. He was with a girl. And just to let y'all know, we was on the dark side. So we was thinking about doing some, well, I can't say it, swapping. All right. But anyway, this is what the ninja looked like. Like pot belly and everything. This is what the ninja looked like. All right. That we was out with. And his girlfriend was pretty decent looking. All right. Whatever it is. This is what the ninja looked like. Now I'm out with him. And we go out and this ninja walks in. So we're standing around. Every woman walking by the ninja in awe. They purring. Kitty cat. And I'm looking at this ninja like, I'm like, he ain't really that good looking. So that's what he looked like. And women was walking by him and trying to oogle him, trying to grab him by the nuts. All right. They try to get after him, right? And I was like, wow. I mean, they walking wild. Meow. And he was a tall guy. He was like maybe 6'2", 6'3", and big, like muscular, but he had a pot belly. And he was getting women just all on his nuts. All right. I was like, damn. All right. Just right in front of my face. But again, men like me, I got to go ahead and get an approach going. Hey, baby, how you doing? I got to talk to him, especially standing next to this ninja. All right. So it tends to happen that way. And men do have an insecurity related to this. Now, let me go ahead and show you this comment section here. Let me show you the comment section. Because Daniel Todd said, hey, tall trumps. Now, let me go down here. This woman says right here, this is the conversation I love. It's primal. She says, we feel protected by a taller man. Okay. We have another woman. Height is everything. Okay. So these are just two women right here. I know the incels and the short ninjas, the midgets, and everybody, the tyrants, the future tyrants of America, the Napoleons, the Histers, the Saddam Husseins, the Mad Men of the world, the Napoleons. Y'all going to go crazy. These are just two comments. This guy says Rich Offset's tall. Okay. Rich Offset's tall. This guy says, I'm a 5'9" Chad with muscles. I can attest to this. Women will choose height every time. I'll give you another story. I was out eating one time and some white girls were having brunch. All right. And so the one white girl was telling her group of sorority sisters that she has her boyfriend. And so she's talking about the boyfriend and she's like, yeah, whatever. Well, the girls already seen the boyfriend and the boyfriend was not good looking in the face. And the conversation was the girls was like, yeah, I don't know. And they were like, I don't know. Well, the girl that had the boyfriend to trump the conversation said, well, at least he's tall. Now, I'm sitting there. I heard the conversation. But the way she trumped the conversation was, at least he's tall. Now, let's go back to the primal conversation, which is we're just having fun. Guys, I'm going to tell you, money trumps the tall. All right, so money will trump tall. So if you get a bag up, some women change their mind on the tall thing. Some women do find you handsome all of a sudden. So the tall is not the end all be all. Muscles do not trump tall, but money can trump tall. All right. So here we go right here. All right. It says right here, it's primal. Now, here's the question. When it comes to biology and statements like primal and women's need to feel protected in biology, for some reason, this flies in 2024. In a sense, women are never really attacked out here. And if they were with a short guy, I could probably find very few evidence where women are attacked, even with a shorter male. Right? Like, I don't have any stories where a woman was out with a short guy and she just got the brakes beat off of her. Right? You know what I mean? And he was trying to fight and he was the short guy like that. And the ninja was holding his head back and he was like Gary Coleman. Like, these things don't happen. This protection. Like, we live in a safe environment unless you're in Afghanistan. Like, there's certain precautions you can take to ensure your security. And we've done a good bit of it. So where's this protection coming from and why the primal is being excused? Okay, let me take it like this. You know what's primal? Men that like women with a big set of titties and a nice arching back with an ass. That's primal. Okay, here she come. I'm with my girl. I'm holding her hand. Here come a woman walking down the street. And you walking down the street, watching ladies go by, watching you. You just watching. And she says, hey, why are you looking at this woman? Hey, it's primal. You see the titties on her? You see the ass? You see them cankles? You see her feet? She had her feet out. I could not help it. Ma'am, it's primal. Stop shaming me. And don't distract me again. I see these ass. I'm watching. It's primal. Does this get a pass? Hey, I'm a man. Anytime some ass walk by me like that, I got to look. Right?
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Does the conversation stand? See, what they're doing is they're using this argument, it's primal and protection, things that really don't matter today unless you're in Afghanistan again, or maybe there's a world war. But yes, it's in their DNA, and we can understand and accept this. But does this work on the other side? It never really works. Everything that's primal and biological for men gets completely dismissed. All right? Nope. There's no excuse. Okay, ma'am, I was at work. Sorry. This woman came up to me. She asked me if she wanted to go. I said, yes, it's primal. I got all this testosterone. I'm ready to go. I clapped her cheeks. It's primal. It's primal. All right, so do you agree that the tall thing is a superpower for men? Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and agree with that. For the most part, this is going to be true on this basis. And yes, it's primal. Women are going to be typically attracted to taller guys. And when you're shorter, you got to make up for that deficit, right? So you have to become muscular. It is even said that short men are overcompensating for their lack of height. There's always 5'6" dudes with beards walking around with their elbows out, drinking protein shakes and taking mad supplements. And then they have a big truck with the big wheels. Overcompensating, right? It is seen as overcompensating for the lack of height. Many men, tyrants, men that are short typically try to make up for the deficit by getting money. Even then, it might not work out for you. There's still some women that still are attracted to taller men. Now, I'm going to add this, and I'm going to keep it going. I've been in situations where I've seen women that I thought were weird for having an attraction for tall men, only to find out that they had a boyfriend that was tall. Now, this is where the conversation goes off a little bit. So let me explain. A woman that is basic, rare, a basic woman, she might say, well, I can't date a guy under 6'2". And you're like, why? Why would you say something like that? You're frumpy, you're basic, you got a fupa, and blah, blah, blah. However, then I seen either their boyfriend or I seen a picture of them of their past boyfriend, and he was tall. He was like 6 foot, 6'3", 6'4". And then I go, oh, I see, because she's been imprinted. She's already had the experience. It's not that she hasn't had the experience and she wishes he was tall. It's that she was used to being with a tall guy. So then she has the opinion that, yeah, I've dated shorter guys, I've dated taller guys. I prefer to be with a tall guy. All right, so I have seen that happen, and I was like, oh, I see why she would have that, because her boyfriend is tall, or her ex-boyfriend is tall. Now, last one. I once had another girl who was about 6'1". We dated off and on. She was a Viking broad. Tall. She looked like she was Swedish or German, all right, background. I think she had a Swedish background. Tall, 6'1". She told me, and we met on a dating app. She told me, because she had no short guys in her dating app, but she was with me. All right. And I was like confused. I was like, what? Every bit of 6'1". She told me, I was like, why do you don't date short guys in your app and you're out with me? She said, I have that in my app for the Mexicans. Oh, no. All right, Ninja. She said she wanted to not have the Mexican guys in her date. Oh, Ninja, I was like, oh, the humanity. Okay. So I guess if you're black, see, there's always levels to this shit. So black and short, okay. White and short, Mexican and short, not okay. All right. You know what I mean? There's levels to this shit. So I am the beneficiary of some things, and some things work against me. So in this game of dating and relationships and stuff like that, you have to understand people do have their primal urges, their desires, their past experiences, their imprinting, or their prejudices or whatever. They have all of these requirements going in. Yes, I think tall can trump a lot of these things, but there's some things that can trump. But there's always somebody that has some reason to have a certain preference or desire based on their past experience as well that will benefit you. Like there's some Latino women that don't date no black men. All right. There's some out here, especially Mexican. They don't want to date no black guys. All right. They're like, no. So I wouldn't have an advantage there. I wouldn't have an advantage there. But if one does want to date a black guy and he happens to be muscular, handsome, bald with some money, you're in there 100%. Now, if you're missing out on everything, then that could be very problematic. So what I would tell you is possibly the junior college Harry Hines, or there's a Ling that can fixes your meat at the rub and tug. All right. So that could be. All right. And she didn't mind how I was hitting that. Never mind. I'm not going to get a little bit more graphic there. Let me see if I have it. Check this out right here. Check this out right here. We have a woman. Ladies, are you here? I know you're still here. How much show we got? We got like 10 minutes left. I'm going to do another one. We have a woman that says her friends have cheap behavior. Can you verify this? Because a lot of guys think that women act funny only towards men when it comes to money. But I'm here to tell you, gentlemen, women are cheap to their friends too. What do I tell you? When friends go out, women go out, they order 2 chicken breasts grilled and a bowl of jasmine rice, and they split it up and dice it up and all of this shit. Right? They tend to order little food, especially if they're by themselves, or when they go out and friend, they'll order a little bit of food and watch everybody else eat. And then when the bill comes, they don't want to pay. They like, hey, I just had water with lemon in it, and I bought all this sugar. All right. I only had motherfucking chimichangas and taquitos. Y'all was out there eating. We think that women are just trying to finesse men, which men are easier to finesse. But women, when they travel and go on trips and vacations, they go there empty-handed as well. Not all, but women can attest that when women go travel, there's always 1 or 2 women that come in empty-handed. That say they don't want to get a separate room. They'll sleep on the cot or the floor or the sofa. And then they try to eat off everybody else. All right. So here we go right here. There's a woman here. Let's play the video and let's break it down, and then we'll end the show. All right. Here we go right here. Let's play it.
Because why she goes to the bathroom when it's time to pay the bill? She always do that. They just brought the bill. How much is it? Here she comes. They just got the deal. We just gonna split it 5 ways. Split it 5 ways? Why would we split it 5 ways? It's my birthday. We out to eat. It's 5 of us. Okay, but I only drank water and I only ate lettuce. I only ate lettuce and I only drank water.
All right.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
Yeah, there it goes right there. Oh, I only had water and lettuce. You mean a salad? You mean a salad? But what do you mean lettuce? I mean, I've never ordered lettuce at a restaurant. Maybe you had a lettuce wrap. All right, but that has something in it. All right, I only had lettuce. So again, you think it's just men that have to put up with this shit? Nah, brothers, there's some finessing ass women that be putting women through the whole thing. Lettuce.
Are you serious, I am serious. You gotta split the bill. That's what we do. Okay, and I don't know why y'all scooted this over. I tasted your stuff. I didn't eat it.
Oh my goodness. She said I tasted it. I didn't eat it.
I'm always hungry.
Wait, you tasted her ramen. She's like, I tasted it. I didn't eat it. All right, I didn't eat the whole thing. Don't scoot that shit over to me.
So I'm only going to pay for this lettuce and drinking this water. We not doing that. We not doing that tonight. Not tonight. We're going to split it 5 ways. It's going to be easy, and we can go on to the next time. Split it 5 ways because I didn't eat. I didn't eat this. No, what's crazy is y'all thinking I'm going to split it 5 ways, and I only had lettuce. I only ate this lettuce.
Look at that lettuce. She only ate lettuce. All right, I'm telling you, brothers, man, come on, man. All right, come on, man. This is terrible right here. Come on.
I'm always
And by the way,
hungry.
she gonna go home hungry as hell. She gonna probably try to take somebody's leftovers to the crib. She done set up in there smelling all that food. She hungry as hell.
Big back, big
Yeah,
back.
lettuce.
Big back, big back.
And I mean, y'all ain't gonna force me to pay 5 ways and y'all eating good and I only had lettuce and water. I mean, I tasted your stuff, but this is what we do. We deal and then we leave. Okay. We ain't about to do. Okay, well, I'm gonna tell y'all, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Oh, there goes her $3.85 in her purse right there.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all, okay,
You really got $2. $2, fam. Oh.
Women out here today. Okay, well, you knew that. Okay, well, if y'all feel like that, you know what? Y'all ain't even got to take me back to my car because I can Uber. I can Uber. And I'm glad you can Uber. You can help me.
Look at that. She looked like she been eating. All right, she gonna eat something when she get to the house.
Okay, happy birthday to you. Sorry. This is for real. This is exactly why we next time we have this is crazy. Like so weird. She always do this. Every time. Her to do this on your birthday. Every time. It's a special day. For real. She shouldn't be. Let her go. Bye. We don't need her to It's ridiculous. She's not coming with us anymore. Look at her looking goofy.
I guess she didn't order an Uber either. That debit card got rejected, so she on them feet.
Wow. That's what she did. So y'all really gonna make me Uber? Exactly. You only put $2 on the table. You should have kept the $2 for the bus. So like, what kind of friends are y'all? You should have kept the $2 for the bus. Okay. It's my birthday and you walking out. What if something happened to me while walking though? That's
There it is. That's Kamala Harris's argument. What if something happened to me? What if a woman drives all the way to Kansas and she bleeding in her car? All right. Worst case scenario. Of course, you need a tall man to protect you.
Shoot. Girl, she crazy. No. We leaving her. No.
Oh, no, man. That was terrible out there, brothers. Let's get to these super chats out there, man. Hey, man, look, I've been telling y'all, women go on dates because they hungry. All right, they hungry. They trying to finesse you. Yep, they are. They are.
I'm always
And by the way, the data
hungry.
proves this. The data proves this. A lot of girls are just dating you for food. Unfortunately, ladies, if you're here, we go right here. A lot of you guys don't realize men are dealing with toxic women like this, just like y'all dealing with broke ninjas and pookies and ain't shit ninjas. We dealing with women like that, the most toxic of them. Let me get to these super chats, man. Shout out to y'all. What a great show. We'll see what happens. They didn't like my show today, but it was nonetheless a fantastic show. Yes, it was. Shout out to our brother, Michael R. Yeah, the woman's argument for man can't make a law against women is BS in so many ways. Plus, they forget that it's also a law against a man's body because they are going to force that man for paying for the baby. Love the show, but I think you missed my last super chats. I got them, though. He says the economics one and the one after that. I got it. I said your name, brother, but shout out to you. Yeah. Any person saying a man can't make a law against a woman, think again. Are you not a human being? Are you not a person? No, a man can't make a law against anybody, just like a woman can. But he says right here, maybe I didn't read it. He says also for anyone in the coach gang who also wants a better understanding of economics or how to solve the issue that we have, Friedman on Donahue 1 or 2. He says goes over the issues we have still in the modern day, or they can watch Milton Friedman's series. Free to choose They're both on YouTube. Shout out to you. Yes, Milton Friedman is a good guy. I believe I know who he is, so I did miss him. Somebody said, "No, she a woman. She not a person." She not a person. She's a person, right? I can make a law against some persons. And dude, what about this? What is a woman? Hold on for a second. Let me see how much time I got. This is the problem I have right here. What's that woman's name right there? Supreme Court. What is a woman? All right, so here, a man can't make a law against a woman. However, this.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
The meaning of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition?
Senator, in my work as a judge, what I do is I address disputes. If there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look at the law and I decide.
Well,
so I'm not.
The fact that you can't give me a straight answer about something as fundamental as what a woman is underscores the dangers of the kind of progressive education that we are hearing about.
Same person.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man. What you going to do? Look out, boys. It's coming through. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
All right, so men can't make a law against a woman. It's typically said by the people who support that woman who can't define what a woman is in that context. Ninja, I'm telling you, man.
New world order.
Like, wow. Like, I'm telling you, they love the semantics game. Again, more gaslighting, more semantics, more deflect, redirect. Like, you can't get over with these people when you're talking to them. This is why I tell you, stop arguing with them. There's no need to be factual with them. Stop debating them. What I think my true power is as a man is I do. And if I don't do for you because you ain't doing for me, you shit out of luck. You either get on or get off. The train is moving, though. So we not stop to pick you up. I'm not stopping to explain where we're going. You either get in or get out. And how you pay is ass, gas, or cash. Ninja, I keep it simple. That's why ninjas want to debate me about women. For what? Then women want to debate me. Why? I vote with my feet in my wallet. I got my philosophy, and Ninja, I ain't changing it. And if you think you changing my mind, you shit out of luck too. But this is how this works. I'm going to keep moving. Trains loaded, boats loaded. We're going for it. You can catch on, bitch, or you can get off at the next stop. I don't give a damn, but I'm going. You want to stay on long enough? Ass, gas, or cash. Keep it moving. Ain't no explanation. No conversation, no debate, because it boils down to semantics with them. They're trying to win the gaslighting game. They're trying to win the semantics game. I ain't trying to win that game. I'm not trying to win that game. I'm trying to do what the fuck I'm going to do, and you can get on or get off. You can be a part of this or not. You can kick rocks. You can fall asleep. Ninja, you can get in and sleep in my bed, but you know the fee. That's how this works. That's how this works. All right, y'all trying to convince them and bring them home and be traditional, cook and clean, and turn back the hands of time. Y'all doing too much and debate with them and argue with them and let them see your point. They already know how to argue with you. They know how to gaslight you, manipulate you. They know how to deflect, redirect. They know how to play semantics. They want to play the emotional game and how they feel. They want to take the worst case scenario. That's not how you do it. And y'all men gonna have to learn. The way you win this game is you show and prove. That's it. That's what you do. You wake up, show, prove. Wake up, show, prove. Wake up, show, prove. They'll follow your ass. They'll follow you because they ain't got no choice. And you can watch their ass. You can put restrictions on them. You can watch them like a hawk. Just wake up, show, prove. Wait. She want to stop and talk. What? What we talking about? Well, I don't care what you think. All right. I don't care. All right. Look.
Silence, you fool.
Word salad, debate. I don't care about none of that. And neither should you. Michael R. says, I'm the guy that recommended the book, Courage to be Disliked. that you kind of already seem to live by. Shout out to you, hashtag Coach Gang. That's Michael R. So I was able to come back and get those chats. Damn, I think I got to catch up over on Ko-Fi. Okay. It's still refreshing. Sounds like a soda. All right, so here we go right here. Shout out to SnapTech Fix CGA, dropping gems and keeping us focused. Shout out to you. James Davis says, Vasectomy 101, close the sperm banks. Yes, indeed. They're going to need your sperm. Age of Machines, hold. He says, hold up. Justice Brown couldn't tell us what a woman is yet. If she was attacked by the media, she claimed she was a woman. All right. This is where we are with it. Ay. Kevin W. says, wanted to thank you for the coaching call the other day. I may have to let go of one of my trainers already. Ninja is falling behind. Uh-oh. MC Hamster says, Judicial Watch obtained parking camera footage of American Airlines. I'm not talking about that, but he says, don't just keep a long memory, never forget. Respect to the real men who walked into death with their heads up and 90 pounds on their back. Shout out to you, Dr. Beto says, thank you for the debate stream last night. This is for CGA Junior's savings. 3 more. John Doe. One day I came across a woman and her daughter. The daughter looked me up and down and asked, how tall are you? When I told them I'm 6'6", her mother told her to go home with me. An hour later, I was clapping cheeks. Height does give an advantage, but it's not a guarantee. Damn. By the way, I always say height gets your foot in the door. Height gets your foot in the door, where without the height, you don't get your foot in the door. Now, just because you're tall, that doesn't mean you're going to clap more booty cheeks out here. I knew a short ninja. He had hips like a woman, and he was shaped like Barney Rubble. He had a hook nose and everything. He was an Italian dude, and he was clapping mad cheeks. He had mad Kayleys. He was a white dude, by the way. Well, he was an Italian. Yes, he was Italian. But he was getting mad broads. But he spent a lot of time doing it, which means in effect, his other parts of his life was shitty. Like, he was somewhat of a loser for a long time. And, but I always saw him with good looking white girls. This was in college. And he had white girls that would come. He was the guy that took advantage of internet before everybody had internet. This ninja was on every web chat. He was on shit I never heard of. I would be like, how you meeting all these girls? They would come from Pepperdine, LMU, USC, and we were all at Cal State Northridge. And these women would be coming from everywhere. He would even say, hey man, let's go down to Loyola Marymount. Like, why are we going down there? And we would go down there. We'd be in the dorms kicking it with girls. He was always pulling. That ninja named Joe. Joe was always pulling. That ninja had T1 internet. He was the first dude I ever seen have high-speed internet. I was like, and he worked the hell out of that internet, but he had a bed on the floor too. But he was always pulling them. I was like, man, what is going on? But anyway, but he looked like Barney Rubble. And he was short. He was like 5'5", 5'6". All right, so he was a short dude. All right, but he was always pulling. All right, he was always pulling. He was fearless with the game. He was fearless with the mouthpiece. Everywhere that he go, this big, fat, wide, hip-ass ninja was just always talking to girls. He was fearless with the mouthpiece. All right, anyway, shout out to Joe. All right, so I've seen short dudes pull, and I've seen tall dudes talk themselves out of pussy. I've seen it. I've seen tall dudes get their foot in the door, and the woman was leaking. And he opened his mouth, and the women were like, nah. Nope. So I've seen both ways. I'm not a guy that says, oh, you short, you're lost. And I'm never the guy that says tall guys always win. But a tall guy gets their foot in the door. That's all. He just puts his foot in the door before it closes. And then the woman says, oh, hi, handsome. And then it just depends on what he says at the end of that. He could talk himself smooth right out the panties. All right. I used to call him Gigolo Joe. That was his nickname, Gigolo Joe. I used to be like, Gigolo Joe, and here comes Gigolo Joe. That ninja was a menace. he was a menace in college. And he'd be like, let's go down to USC. I'd be like, who do you know down there? He's like, oh, man, I know this girl. And we show up there. It'd be all Kaylee's. Right? And we in the dorm at USC just chilling. Like, wow. I'd be looking at Joe like, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Joe, the rest of his life was in shambles. And this is why I always tell you, guys that focus on that, they tend to not have their other part of their lives together. It doesn't matter if they black, white. That's what they focus on. And he had that down pat. But the rest of his life was in shambles. Academically, everything. He probably listens to me too. Academically, financially, everything in his life was a fucking wreck. All right. But he had the girls. All right. Shout out to our brother here, Joe Risen. No government aid. Why do Western men get bothered by the fact that money trumps all when it comes to women? Men in other cultures acknowledge this with no problem. For example, Asian culture has a saying, no money, no honey. Because people want to be liked, for sure. All right, but money trumps. I think the money is the top. Maybe status. Status, money, looks. Okay, this is a black pill conversation now. All right. And last one, Mitchells and Tradcons who play Sky Daddy and Morality card use it to cope, to get over how powerless they truly are, and not being part of the elite, just a poor guy who says money is in everything, for sure. Yeah, but money matters, guys. I'm going to tell you, man. Now, if you goofy looking and still game goofy and all of that, it doesn't help you, but money is a equalizer. Money is a great equalizer. I'm telling you, resources is king. Mansa Musa, if you a king, you get a concubine. I mean, that's how it works. Faith says, hey, coach, speaking of the debate last night, I think Trump did a good job overall discussing healthcare. I think a lot of people cause their own pre-existing conditions and then want to complain when the insurance is more. I agree. And somebody said that last night. It's so hard for people to take accountability because it feels better to point the finger. They want to drink, smoke, and fuck and eat their way to oblivion, but don't want to pay the cost to fix the mistakes. You're absolutely right. You're right. People smoke cigarettes, dope, eat potato chips and cheese puffs, out there drinking beer and eating beef jerky, whatever they're eating. And then they want to say the government's supposed to help them and make healthcare more affordable when you literally shot yourself in the foot for a good 20, 30 years eating bowls of cereal, a bowl of diabetes every morning, acting like that shit wasn't going to hurt you. Like, bro, come on, man. You're absolutely right. So people don't want to take accountability for their actions. They just want people to save them. Hence why I call them the 85%, the deaf, dumb, and blind, the absolutely moronic. People do this all the time. The government's supposed to help them with everything, including their own bad decisions. Early termination of pregnancy is the same thing. You made a bad decision. Government's supposed to just step in there and let you just, right? All right, I made a bad decision, so fuck it. All right, I'm not being accountable for this shit, right? But so somebody's supposed to make a law or not make a law as a result of my bad decision. But we got a great show coming up for you tonight. Thank you for the support. I'm still here. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Appreciate you for the support. And hit the like button on the way out. We out of here. Peace.
Vibe blowing at the jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack. Everything I do is got the band jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack, got the loud jumping at the pack. Everything I'm on slack.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?